அண்ணா செக் பண்ண ஃபோன்ல அண்ணா இது இல்ல ஜோலாம் இல்ல இது ஈத்தர்நெட் கேபிள் ஒன்று செக் பண்ணு இல்ல லென்த் கேபிள் ஒன்று பையனை வர சொல்லு. ஆமா ஆமா
Thank you so much, sir.
சரி எங்க வர சொல்லலாம்?
The function of education is not only to inform but to inspire. With that said, I have the start.
Gautam.
இத்தனை கேபிள் இருக்கு தருவார் அவர் தருவார்.
என்ன மட்டும் அம்சம்னு வெச்சுக்கோங்க.
Good morning. So we are very happy that after a long gap we are celebrating this TEDx Sairam. I think we started in 2012. So it's an amazing TEDx. I think it's completely organized by a team of students. So it's a very big but in a systematic manner. I think it's the 6th edition. I think there is also great success. Everybody, we are waiting for the series of speakers. There will be around 11 speakers are there.
No.
So I will say each and every team member, especially Sairam and the team. Special thanks to Madam Shadu. So you are taken care of what again you started. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. At Sairam institution, the innovation ecosystem continues to grow stronger, encouraging students to transform ideas into prototypes, challenges into solutions, and learning into impact. It is my privilege to invite Dr. C.R. Robin, Dean Innovation, Sairam Institutions, to grace his occasion with his address. Please, sir.
Good morning to all. Very happy to be here. A response from the audience. What is TED? TED. 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 Any response? Okay. It's nothing but technology, entertainment, design. When a team from Sairam Institution visited World Expo 2020, the year 2022 at Dubai, the greatest lesson we have learned from one of the pavilions, there were around 195 pavilions. One of the pavilions, German pavilions, the greatest takeaway we have received, where the technology, entertainment, education, there we will see the exponential growth. German has already proven, and we have mentioned in several places, we want technology, we want entertainment, it comes along with design and education, where we will see a lot of tremendous growth. My dear students, we are very happy to see huge response from the students for this event. And this event is very focused. These participants are very focused. There's a battle between today's digital era, battle between the consumer and the customer. My simplest question is, what do you want to be? You want to be a consumer or a customer? Any response? Want to be a consumer or customer? Today, you may be a customer. Customer and creator. Sorry. There's a battle between customer and creator. What do you want to be? You want to be a customer or you want to be a creator? Yes? But you all being here as a consumer or a customer, but I expect everyone to be a creator. Today, we have list of speakers. They have proved they come up here as a creators, and there will be a lot of different creations. And I want everyone to be a creator in one day. Today, maybe a participant. Encourage everyone to be a speaker in the future. I wish everyone to congratulate the entire team for organizing this program. And I could see a lot of vibes and enthusiasm among the students. We want a safe all the emotions, wherever, whatever we do at Sairam campus. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we invite our first speaker and invite her to speak, I would now like to request our respected principal, Dr. J. Raja, to kindly felicitate our speaker, Ms. Raksha Ali Raghavan, with memento as a token of our appreciation. Please, sir.
நோப்பா என் பேக் நல்லா போட்டு
I request our principal, sir, to stay back for a moment. I will request sir to felicitate our next speaker, R. Prasanna Venkatesh, photographer and digital creator with the memento as a token of our appreciation. Please, sir. Thank you, Dimitri. Let us now begin the talks at Sairam Engineering College, a journey guided by passion, volunteerism, and the power of meaningful action. They say some stories are told through words, and some are told through movement, through rhythm, stillness, and years of quiet discipline. Our first speaker today embodies this vision. She has performed extensively across India and overseas, both as a soloist and as a so maybe that is the reason. Every study is until I have plan of taking I got placed in the room. But when I finished engineering and when I started taking ME Bharatanatyam, that is where I realized Bharatanatyam is not just dance, but you have to learn a lot more. Now I'm doing my doctorate in Bharatanatyam, which includes literature, Sanskrit, Tamil literature, Divya Prabandham, and on history, historical, Choras, Eras, Pandyas, Bharatiyas, maths, and a lot more. I just want to convey one thing. Don't just fix or decide what you see with your eyes. There is much more beyond what your eyes can see. There is much more what a dancer goes through, what the performance is being done on the stage. That I conclude my speech for today's What I Miss Beyond the Performance. Thank you. Sharing your journey with such depth and grace and reminding us that passion, when nurtured with discipline and purpose, becomes a powerful form of service. Every photograph begins with a choice. What to focus on, what to leave behind. That choice over time becomes the way of seeing the world. Our next speaker has spent over 2 decades shaping visual stories with clarity and precision. Recognized as a leading commercial photographer in South India, this journey extends beyond the frame. As a certified master trainer and an official Goddess brand ambassador, he has conducted over 450 workshops across India and Sri Lanka, reflecting a deep commitment to sharing knowledge and building creative communities. Bringing perspective, precision, and purpose to the red circle, please welcome Mr. R. Prasanna Venkatesh, photographer and digital creator. Please, sir.
Good morning. Can I have some house space, please, so that I can see your faces? Or can you see anything? Little bit of house space. And if anybody wants to interact also, you can please feel free. They have a mic for you. If you want to ask questions, also you can ask. Little bit of house space. So first,
அந்த கார்னர்ல இருக்கு
so I'll introduce myself. My name is R. Prasanna Venkatesh and I am a professional photographer. This is my 26th year as a professional photographer. I'm an MBA in marketing and I switched careers. I was working in doing client service and all this. Then I switched careers in the year 2000. And from then on, I will do different version photography as well as photography workshop. So first, we'll start with a small slide. Yeah. How many of you can relate to the penguin? That penguin is me. We all can relate to that penguin. It's walking away from its thank you so much. So it's walking away from its comfort zone or safety zone. What do you say? So I'm one of those penguins, and in this short presentation, we'll be just seeing a little bit of my journey, then staying relevant, which is very important for any field, then the future, and of course AI. Without AI, there's no talk and there's no workshop nowadays. So AI. So this. How many of you recognize this photo? Nobody recognizes. This is Sairam Engineering College. This picture was shot by me in the year 2006. This picture is around 20 years old. Okay. So here also I little bit of house space. Sorry, I can't see. I'm not able to see your face. I just want to see your face. I don't want to speak to like a black white, and I'm not seeing anything from here. So this picture was taken 20 years ago with the help of my good friend Mr. Kubendran. He's your official photographer. I know him for the past 20 years. And there's a small story behind the picture. Can I share? You want to listen? It's just like, see, photography is also like engineering. Field is also like engineering. We try to fix the problems. Okay, we try to come up with solutions. Sometimes some of the problem, other than the issue. But most of the time we try to fix how it can be done, in a better way. So your channel, sorry sir, gave us a deadline like, see, he said, I want a complete picture of the building, no digital alterations, but it has to be lit in a way that it looks very, very grand and nice. So we started working with a basic idea like how to do the lighting for the building, because it's such a long building. So we wanted to cover all 3 buildings. So we planned it for 5 days, and for 3 days we shot. Each day we shot only one shot. So first we thought, okay, we just put 2-3 lights here, there, and then shoot. That 2-3 lights became 10 lights. The 10 lights, okay, we add some more lights. It became like 15. That 15 became 30, 30 became 50, 50 became 75, and finally we settled at 125 lights. That was the highest amount. We hired around 150 lights. It took us around 1 hour just to hide the wire because the brief was very clear. No digital obligation, no touch work should be done. It has to be captured as it is. So now you have a tennis court, this volleyball court. We made a huge platform for 40 feet using this wooden post. We climbed on top of that. We set up the camera. We put some weight for the camera, stones and all these things. We tied the camera there. There was no drone at the time. There was no action cameras also. So we activated the big camera only. Then we set it on top of that. And we took only one photo each. And all these lights, they were like, they not like our lights that we use today. These lights will take 1 hour to just get full brightness. So for 6 o'clock shot, all the lights had to be ready at 4 o'clock. So this was a lot of hard work and a lot of like just like engineers, we also come up with a lot of problem solving solutions. Because has a lot of physics and engineering involved. Agreed? No. Photography, physics, chemistry, remainder. Only art. Correct? Yes or no? No. Photography is physics, no? Light, inverse square law, all these things physics. So we apply all these things in our pictures also. So just like engineers, we also keep on trying out different dimensions. So when I started my career, my first thought was, okay, I'll get a great camera. Good at I'm taking a good photo. I'll get a good camera. Then my career is fixed. But that was not the case. After I got the camera and after I got all the gear and everything set up, I found out that there is not more than gear to photography, actual photography as a business. So whenever somebody says, sir, I want to become a photographer, I'll say, you want to enjoy doing photography? Yes. Then don't become a commercial photographer. Commercial photography is totally different. You need multiple skills like soft skills, your communication skills, you need good business skills, brand skills, all these things. So I found out that I'm a totally self-taught person. So I found out the hard way that having more gear, good talent doesn't equal to a successful photography. So for that, I had to develop my skills. And at that time, I was one of the very few people who was using a digital camera. This was in 2003. I was flooded with orders, like so many. I was so busy. Every day I used to do like 2 to 3 shoots every day for all major clients. But at one point, I realized that I was running everywhere. I was busy, but I just paused and I thought, is it actually what we have to do? Am I enjoying what I'm doing? I'm doing everything. I'm doing product, I'm doing food, I'm doing travel, I'm doing landscape, everything. Any assignment that comes, I was doing it. Then I took a pause. Then I recalibrated myself. This is very important for us because if you go on doing something like extremely busy and doing everything, that will get what we call as a burnout. Will burn out. Only the creative thing will go off. So I took a pause, then I recalibrated myself and I started taking work that appealed to me, whatever I like. Okay. Right? Anybody wants to ask questions? Please ask.
Questions?
Can I come down also?
Yes. Yes, sir. No,
Anybody has any questions? Please ask.
With your camera.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
See, one person. Let me see you first. Yeah. Yes, sir.
You told that you've been a professional photographer for 25 years.
26 actually.
26, yeah. So you've seen photography evolve from, you've seen its evolution, and nowadays even commercials are being made using AI. A lot of people are generating images and even videos using AI. So how do you see this AI generated images videos, and how do you wish to incorporate this in your work?
Okay, we have a separate topic. I'll be touching the topic also because I am also an AI content creator. We do a lot of content on AI. Okay, so I am doing the AI content creation. So we'll just come to that later. Just a little while. So practice is more important than upgrades, and clarity is more important than activity. Like you can be like extremely busy. Then at the end of the day, you just look back. You have seen ECG, right? ECG will be like this, full high. Can tell me on total drop, tell me on flat bed. So for that, what I follow is I follow the slow steady path, right? I keep on upgrading my skills, keep on practicing. Like there's a quote where they say that you need 10,000 hours of practice to master a skill and all these things. So you keep on practicing at that. Same thing with engineering also. How many of you will agree? It's like upskilling every day. Every day experience. You can't say that I completed this degree, I am fully qualified. Every day is a learning experience. For any domain like engineering or art or dance or whatever, every day they practice. Music, every day they practice. For photographers, every day they practice. So make better decisions is what I learned, not more tools. Buying all the gear in the world, like everything, all the latest cameras, everything, I have everything. But one thing is, after getting everything, I was not happy with the kind of business that I was getting. So then I realized, as I said, I recalibrated myself and thought, okay, this is a long run where the career is going to go for another 50, 60 years or something. So for that, I need to make better decisions, like financial decisions as well as career-oriented decisions, so that I am able to sustain the career and the consistent way. So consistency is more important than what converts a very short growth. And this is a very, very bad thing, which is a comparison, it's a creative disease. I call it as a creative disease because most of us compare ourselves to others. Like photographer, he will keep on looking at some other's work saying, he's taking great pictures, but he's not talented as me, but I am more talented than him. Why is he getting more likes? Why is he getting more followers? Why is he getting... So now your entire focus is on his work and his life. So your entire career is getting built around another person's work, which we have to avoid, which I try to avoid. I just look at my work, I just look behind, see, yeah, I'm happy with what I have. I'm happy with the way I come up, and I'm happy with the way I go, and I keep self-judging my work, self-criticizing my work, just to see whether my work has developed, I should. Sometimes I do get comfortable with a certain kind of lighting or certain kind of shooting style. I stop it immediately, I go and experiment with something else. It's out of my comfort zone. The comfort zone and this comparison is a really, really bad thing. So what we do is we just try to avoid comparing ourselves. How many of you agree? Nobody agrees. Compare பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கலாமா? அவர் இப்படி பண்றாரு அப்படி பண்றாரு நான் ஏன் இப்படி இருக்கேன்? So one set of people will be like that. They'll always be comparing with somebody else's work. He's getting more followers, like more likes. And there are these trends also. Now you have this activity trend. Then there is this flea trend. Then another trend will watermelon trend will come. Something will come like that. So comparison is what we call as a disease which is affecting our growth. Trends will get you attention, but skills will get you careers. Trends, everybody will do that. What is a trend now? They have this song from this Allu Arjun movie. Reels, spreading on reels. Immediately it comes to a graphic design of something. Some dance trend comes, everybody will dance. Some building trend comes, everybody will do that. So to get a very short, it has a very short attention period. I would like to just explain this image. This image, shot for Collaborator Foundation, I have been fortunate I've been the official photographer for the past, I think, around 18 years. So this is a pre-planned and set-up shot. This is not a natural shot. So the client had a vision where they wanted some the banditry there is considered very sacred. it's a sacred space for them. So they wanted something like a divine feel. So every day morning, go there and see the light position, how the sunlight is moving. Then we had one person carrying a huge amount of wet neem leaves. Wet neem leaves. And we had the sampani, you know the sampani, right? Sampani putta. And we kept beating that sampani with that wet leaves. That will create all this kind of excess smoke. And then we start doing this light rays. So this is what I learned from my career. If another client comes to me and asks, like, I need a job like this, I should be able to do it 100 times also. Because professional photography is like that. We can't just, we cannot just rely on luck alone. You take a shot, it comes out well, and you didn't allow this photo. That happiness will get. Then if some other client also wants the same photo, we'll be stuck. We never know that how it happened. So what we have to do, we have to just make sure that we follow a system where we analyze the image, we see how it is done, and even if it has to be repeated 1,000 times, we have to be willing to do, and we have to have the capability to do. That's my entire idea. Okay work will flood you. Okay work will get you lots and lots of orders. Plenty of video people with plenty of orders. But if you want your work to stand out, then because today you see in Instagram and everything, we have millions and millions. This was saying many actually. So it's not taken from the net. Millions and millions of images being uploaded. We are having what we call as a social media fatigue. We see so many pictures every day, so many pictures, reels and things. But certain pictures and certain images, they grab our attention, right? So that is how it has to stand out. So mediocre work with you, lots and lots of he's doing that kind of a drawing, I also do. So then what you are losing is your own creativity. So what we have to, what I do is, I try to make sure that okay, this trend is there, but how do we do it in our way? How do we interpret in a different way? So then your work starts standing out. Because it's a very, very, very crowded market. Everybody, now there are no boundaries. There used to be like Chennai, big photographer, you get all the opportunities. But it's not like that now. Anybody who has got skill, social media is such a wonderful thing that has happened. It's good as well as bad, but the good thing about social media is everybody has got an opportunity to showcase their talent. So instead of producing more work, I started painting, and instead of making very, very fast decisions and instead of concentrating on a very fast growth, I started making clear decisions about how it has to go. So this is another photo that shot for a gallery client. So build skills that last. Stability is greater than visibility. How many of you agree and how many of you disagree? ஒரே ஒரு ஆள் தான். அதான் சொல்லிட்டாங்க. உங்களால எப்படி இருக்காங்க என்னோட? Can you see me? Hello. So tools doesn't mean you are a skilled photographer. Tools means that you have the capacity to buy. Anyone can buy a camera and become a camera owner, but they cannot become a good photographer. They cannot become a successful photographer. Being a good photographer and successful photographer are two different things. And then we have noise. Making lots of noise and not progressing is also very dangerous. So instead of making lot of noise and hype, we just concentrate on the real stuff so that the growth is very consistent and very, very stable and very steady. Then instead of speed, we look at direction. What is the direction that I have to go? And how do I unlearn a lot of things? As a photographer, we keep unlearning a lot of things. Like today, there's something called we use in all the cameras, we have a shutter mechanism. Have you heard camera shutter? Previously, there used to be something called a mirror. Now it's gone. All cameras are mirrorless. Next, the shutter is going to go. Now all new cameras are coming up with electronic shutters or the global shutters. So this is another thing that we have to learn: how to use the electronic shutter, where to use the electronic shutter, and how to use the global shutter, and what are the disadvantages and advantages of the global shutter. All these things we have to unlearn also. We have to unlearn what we thought was a perfect thing. We have to unlearn because technology keeps changing every day. This is one scary thing that pushes every creator or any creative artist is relevance. Agree or not? Relevance அப்படிங்கிறது nothing but இன்னைக்கு ட்ரெண்ட்ல இன்னைக்கு இருக்க ஆடியன்ஸ்க்கு ஆர் வி ரெலவென்ட். நம்ம ஒர்க் வந்து பிடிக்குதா? நம்ம ஒர்க் வந்து are they liking our work? Are we getting jobs because of our work? Is it up to today's market standards? This is a very scary question for any professional because because previously it used to be like a little bit of skill will take you a long way. Now everything is becoming obsolete. Every day like you was asking AI is there. Unless you learn AI and try to incorporate in your work, it's very difficult for a photographer to survey nowadays. So relevance is one key factor that we have to make sure that we keep in our mind so that we keep on upgrading ourselves, upgrading our skills, not the equipment. So I've been doing AI as AI content. All these are done on AI. See, this is a very difficult picture. You can find it out. You see that Adaptability picture. It's a very difficult picture. Once you give the prompt, generate a groundnut screen, it gave me full groundnuts. Ellame under full groundnuts. Then we have to redo the prompt saying that no, I want half broken peanuts. Then it will be all this as broken peanuts. But in the real Adaptability, you can see that some peanuts are full, some peanuts are broken, some peanuts are turned like this, some peanuts are turned like that. You see a little bit of that sugar powder and all these things. So fine-tuning the prompt was a big task, and so all these images are done in AI because we do a lot of content creation on AI. Actually, I specialize in AI videos. We use VO 3.1 or C and all these things, but these are all AI. AI I see as a collaborator, not as a replacement. Okay, any repetitive task, of course, AI is going to take. Any like product photography or let's say any thing like e-commerce photography, it's definitely at risk, like they asked. But when it comes to people photography or wedding photography, it's more of an emotional base. Agree or not? Any questions you can ask? Any questions you can ask? Wedding photography, it's more of emotions. Okay? It's not about I can't give pictures of 10 people to one photographer or studio and say, "Sir, create a wedding album with this." It's not memories. So wedding photography and the people photography, portrait photography, documentary photography, we all use AI tools. Like in Lightroom, we have this AI culling, AI stacking. We have this generative new tools, generative expand, and all these kind of tools. But we use AI as a collaborator. And for movie making also, AI is used as a collaborator. We use film usage, which is really good for making this, working on the script and all these things. But we use AI as a collaborator and not as a replacement. So this is any lens that you can use in any field. Before upgrading your tools, ask yourself if you have upgraded your thinking. Before waiting for confidence, this is one major thing that we face. We just wait for the confidence to come and we keep on waiting. Don't wait, just take one small step, just like the template. Just take one small step and see confidence will slowly get build the confidence. And while consistent progress is also real progress, that's because the other vehicle is moving fast and our vehicle is going into slow and steady. Doesn't mean that we are not moving. We are still moving. It's a very steady and steady consistent growth. Okay, and Any questions, please ask. Thank you for the opportunity. And this is my Instagram handle. If you want, do follow me and support. Thank you so much. Any questions, please ask. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for reminding us that the way we see the world and the way we choose to share that vision can itself become a meaningful act of service. Our next speaker is someone who works with a lot of stories that many of us carry but rarely speak about. But before we invite him to address us, it will be our honor to formally acknowledge his presence. I now invite Dr. C.R. Aerospace, Lead Innovation, to present Mr. Deepak with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Please, sir. Since we don't have Rene Robin sir with us at the moment, I request Mr. Sriram to felicitate our guest with a token of appreciation. Not every story asks to be told out. Some stories ask for something else. Time, attention, and the courage to sit with what we feel. Our next speaker works with a lot of stories that many of us scary but rarely speak about. An amazing storyteller and the voice behind Chennai 68. His work uses spoken narratives, theater, and lived experience to create spaces where difficult emotions are not explained away but acknowledged. What he brings to the stage is not just a talk but an invitation to listen without judgment and to sit with honesty. Welcoming to the Red Circle, Mr. Deepak, mental health storyteller, Chennai 68. Please, sir.
இப்போ என்னடா பண்றீங்க எனக்கு ஒரு சாமி
Hello. Hi.
ஸ்ரீராமா அவருக்கு கேட்டீங்களா அவருக்கு 2 பேர் இங்க நில்லுங்க யாராவது நீங்க சொல்லுங்க நீங்க தான் சொல்லிருக்கணும் நான் மட்டும்
I will let you go. Again, by the way, I don't have any slides today, but before I begin, I want you to do something very unusual for your talk. Like, don't clap, don't react, don't do anything, just listen, okay? Like you listen to a song at night. You know, today's song speech I'm giving, this is a conversation that you've been postponing for a very long time. Yeah. So let me ask you something very honest, right? How many of you have ever checked your phone even after you know that no messages will come? Have you? Like raise your hand. Whoa, wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So how many of you have
மெசேஜ் வரலனாலும் ஃபோன் பார்ப்பேங்க.
typed a message?
மெசேஜ் வரலனாலும் ஃபோன் பார்ப்பேங்க.
Raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. Almost everybody. Okay.
அண்ணா
So how many of you have opened an old shack in arcade? Just to see
இது
something
வருமா?
special. Super. If you need kai kuda thukka vendam, I can already see it from your face. Yeah. So let's agree on something, right? This is not just audience here. This is room full of memories. And a lot of us sit silently inside our hearts. We all grew up believing love and peace. Like, even movies, when two people get together, everything else settles out. But President, nobody told us that in real life, the life begins when two people separate. Not necessarily as a partner, it could be a parent, sibling, or anybody close to you, or even a friend. And nobody prepared us for that. See, even I didn't understand this when I started, to be honest. My first heartbreak, I didn't cry. I talked normal, I laughed normal. But something inside me became silent. And when emotions don't come out as tears, it comes out as expression. I started writing. Not to become a writer, because sentences couldn't hold gesture. Next heartbreak, I started speaking, inspire people. But because words were the only place where I could breathe. And I slowly realized I wasn't healing. I was translating pain into meaning. And people started listening. Not because I was strong, but because I was honest. One day, I asked myself this question. Why does heartbreak give us so much energy? Think about it. After heartbreak, you can't speak, you overthink, you replay conversations, you imagine scenarios. Your mind has never been this focused in years. No entertainment, nothing. Because for the first time, you're fully present. Pain pushes presence, and presence is power. So I have personally realized after heartbreak that heartbreak gives 3 key things in life. 1, no fear. Very honest, it's already gone. So doesn't matter. So you don't fear anything at all. 2, emotional intensity. It means massive energy that comes from your emotions that stays within yourself and starts to flow. Your intensity to perform gets better and better. Deep self-reflection, 100% right. Because your mind starts to connect with your thoughts and it starts focusing on your mistakes and downsides, and you become wise. That combination, trust me others, it is the transformation. That's why people write books after heartbreak. They start companies after heartbreak. It's just happening like randomly and people are getting lucky. No, it's not coincidence. It is the state of mind. Yeah. But you know what's the problem when you don't understand this transition when it is happening? We try to escape it. We distract. We replace, we become numb and appeal and numb. We just try to stay the same. Because we think, if I feel this fully, if I observe this emotion, I might break. But here's the truth. You're not breaking. You're breaking an identity. You're meeting a version of yourself that existed before that person and will exist after that. And that meeting, that feels scary. So we call it pain. I want you to know this. Healing does not happen when memories disappear. Healing happens when memories stops controlling your directions. One day you remember them. And instead of asking, why did this happen to me? You will ask, what did this awaken me? And that day, your heartbreak becomes power. Because love shows you how deeply you can feel, but heartbreak shows you how deeply you can stand. Maybe people don't come into your life to stay. Maybe they don't come to your life to stay at all. They just come to your life to introduce you to yourself. Some people give happiness. Some people give awakening. Trust me, both are gifts. Both are gifts. One will give happiness immediately, instant gratification only. And the other one give happiness eventually as you move on in life. So today, week 14th Feb on the day of love. I'm not asking you to forget that someone. I don't even want you to move on. What I'm saying is, I want you to move equal. Because the heart you're trying to fix is the same heart that will create your greatest love. One day, you will thank the moment you once begged for. And when that day comes, that person, that loss, will be nothing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is power of heartbreak. Yeah. No matter where I speak, be my own show or a stage that I never stood, I always love to conclude my speech with a Tamil quote of mine, which goes like, சாதாரண குடும்பத்தில் இருந்து வரும் குழந்தைகள் ஒரு நாள் உலகத்தை நோக்கி நிற்கும் பொழுது எத்தனை முறை வீழ்ந்தாலும் அழுதாலும் சாய்ந்தாலும் உடைந்தாலும் வரலாறை எழுதிவிட்டு தான் செல்லும் குழந்தைகள் வரலாறை எழுதிவிட்டு தான் செல்லும் சேர்ந்தே எழுதுவோம் நம் வரலாறு சேர்ந்தே எழுதுவோம் நம் வரலாறு. This is Chennai 16 and Deepak, beautiful people. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for holding space so honestly and for trusting us with the stories that ask us to listen a little more closely. Thank you. Our next speaker works at the intersection of clarity and confidence, helping individuals strengthen the way they speak and present themselves. But before that, as a token of appreciation, I request Dr. B. Lata, head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, To felicitate the memento to our speaker, Mr. Srikanth KG, accent and pronunciation expert and content creator. Please, ma'am.
ஆச்சு
Thank you so much, ma'am. Every idea, no matter how powerful, reaches the world only as clearly as it is spoken. Our next speaker works with the exact moment, the moment when thought becomes voice and voice becomes confidence. Widely recognized for his work in pronunciation training, he has built a large learning community by addressing common speech challenges, making improvement practical, accessible, and relatable through everyday demonstrations. As the co-founder of Broken English, his approach goes beyond correctness. It looks at the psychology of communication, helping people move past fear, hesitation, and self-doubt and express themselves with confidence. What defines his journey is a learner-first belief that everyone already has a voice, and with the right guidance, it can be strengthened and trusted. Bringing clarity, confidence, and conscious communication to the red circle, please welcome Mr. Srikanth KG, accent and pronunciation expert and a very well-known content creator.
அண்ணா மாற்றணும் பிளாக் சைடு தான் நினைக்கிறேன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எல்லாம் பிளாக் தான் வச்சுருக்கேன்
Hi.
பிளாக்
Well, I'm a pronunciation coach. At least that's what I call myself. Just because I'm obsessed with this thing called pronunciation. Well, I'm driven by curiosity, like we all are. I have this inner kid inside me. So I've always been curious about things, and pronunciation is something that I've been curious about for about 10, 15 years now. And there's something that triggered this curiosity in me. It was a superhero movie. So, how many of you here
அதை போட்டுருங்க அவர்
have
ஸ்லைடு
grown up watching superhero movies?
அவர் அடுத்த ஸ்லைட் மூவ் பண்ணுவார் அவர் எதுக்கோ வச்சிருக்காரு ஸ்லைட் சேஞ்ச் வச்சிருக்காரு
Nice.
இங்க மாத்த மாட்டாங்க அவர் கை
So yeah, I'm talking about one of the most
அவர்
famous
எதுவும் செட்டா
heroes in
வச்சிருக்காரு
the world,
விட்டுருங்க
Spider-Man.
லைவ்ல பாக்கும்போது பின்னாடி அசிங்கமா
Yeah.
மாத்திட்டாரு அதுதான்
So I was, so this incident happened when I was a kid. I was watching the movie Spider-Man with one of my cousins. Oh, not this one. Not this one either. This one. Yeah, I'm, older than I look. So I've been watching this. And the web swinging, excitement, action, everything was fine until the characters started speaking. I couldn't understand a single word. Have you ever found yourself in situations where you watch a Hollywood movie or a series like TV Writers where you don't understand anything without subtitles? Yeah, that's exactly what I went through. But I was a kid, I was 10 or 11 at that time. So naturally I was curious, why am I not able to understand what you're saying? So I asked my cousin, bro, why can't I understand what they're saying? My cousin goes, bro, it's an English movie. And I go, dude, I study in an English medium school. And that's when he said something that, got stuck. He said, bro, it's native English, it's American English, and you were studying Indian English. That didn't make any sense to me. I mean, that's not possible, right? We should be able to understand English. It's like basic listening skills. And on that day, I made a promise to myself that I'll figure this stuff out. And years later, I found a missing piece. It was not grammar, it was not vocabulary, it was pronunciation. And the irony is, the very word itself, like I know I used to pronounce this word as pronunciation. Whereas it's pronunciation, that's not the thing. So I understood this thing about pronunciation. And I started diving deep into this language. And here's something that I uncovered. Let me show you. I came to understand that we should see English as if it's an alien language. It's unlike any other Indian language that I've encountered. I speak Malayalam, which is my native language. I also speak Hindi. I speak Konjan Tamil. I learned Tamil from watching Kalapati movies and listening to them. Yeah. So that's the little Konjan Tamil that I speak. And then, so I understood this thing about English. It's an alien language. It's structured differently, not that it's superior, but it's structured differently. The syntax, the rules are different. So you have to crack it. For that, okay, the first rule is that English is a non-phonetic language, whereas Indian language is a phonetic. Okay, let me show you what it means. So this is a Hindi word. So how many of you here can read Hindi? Very good. So the thing about Indian languages, I took Hindi because it represents Indian languages. It's a phonetic language, which means if you know the letters, even if you don't know the meaning of the word, you can pronounce that word. So all you have to do is put these letters and the sounds together and make cha, gra, view, chakra. Simple as that. Right? Which means the alphabet for writing and alphabet for speaking are the same for Indian languages. Now let's play the same game with English. Okay, let's try putting letters together and pronouncing these two English words. Yeah, someone who's new to this language would read the first word as colonial, as it's kernel, and the second word, how would you pronounce that word if you don't know the word? How do you pronounce that word? Yeah, but it's pronounced rendezvous. And the funny thing was, this word rendezvous, written as rendezvous, used to be the Wi-Fi password back in my college. Think about it. This thing was the Wi-Fi password. So yes, the fact of the matter is English has two sets of alphabets. One alphabet is the ABCD 26 letters, but English has 44 sounds. British English has 44 sounds, 26 letters. Sounds and letters are different in English, which is why pronunciation has to be studied separately every episode. Okay? And so yeah, this is one kryptonite of the alien English. And kryptonite number 2 is something called the word stress or syllable stress. This is something that doesn't exist in Indian languages. And this was like a game changer for me when I discovered it. So in English, it's a rhythmic language. It's not monotonous. So when you pronounce a word, one part of it is pronounced with emphasis. So yeah, here I have 3 words, and I've broken it down into parts, what we call syllables. Let's call them parts, right? So here in this word, the second part is stressed. It's together. That's how you pronounce all English words. One part of the word will be stressed or pronounced with emphasis. So it's together. In case of the second word, here it's connect. And what will means comment, the first word is stressed. And this has to do to all the words in English, right? So this is kryptonite number 2. Every time I speak about pronunciation and stress and emphasis, even the people tend to get confused, and I have this confusion in my mind when I started pronunciation coaching. Like, isn't this what accent is? Right? Am I talking about accent? Now, accent is entirely a different thing. Accent and pronunciation are separate, they are somehow overlapping, but different. Let's take a look. Yeah, accent is how you sound. It's the style in which you speak English. It's it's your identity. It's cultural. Whereas pronunciation is whether people are able to understand you. Okay? So with the help of these two examples, I'll show you the first word. Right, so I'm gonna do a stereotypical Indian accent and pronounce this word correctly. So it would be develop. That is correct pronunciation for the stereotypical Indian accent. And the second word would be birthday. Pronunciation-wise, both are right. Let's say it's an American or someone with a neutral English accent, let's see how they correctly pronounce these two words. Develop. Birthday and develop. So this is right, two accents, the right pronunciations. But pronunciation or mispronunciations, incorrect pronunciation, even native English speakers or people who can speak with British or American accents, even they can mess it up. They can mess up pronunciations. Let's say a native English speaker pronounces the first word as develop. That is incorrect. Even though the accent is spot on, it's incorrect. And even if you say birthday for birthday, like birthday, that's incorrect. So it's not about the accent, it's about pronunciation, it's about sounding clear. So I was never obsessed with speaking with an American or British accent. All I wanted to do was I wanted to understand English. And I wanted my speech to be understood. Because maybe one day a kid who's watching a superhero movie won't get lost when the characters start speaking. He'll understand. Thank you very much, guys. It's been an absolute privilege talking to you all.
அடுத்து யாரு கனிஷ் அடுத்து யாருப்பா அடுத்து யாரு நெக்ஸ்ட் யாரு ஏய் ஓகேண்ணா ஓ ஸ்ரீகாந்த் நெக்ஸ்ட் யாருன்னு கேட்குறோம் ஆஃப்
Thank you, sir, for reminding us that clarity in communication is not about perfection, but about confidence, awareness, and the courage to be heard. Every day we spend hours online scrolling, sharing, reacting, but rarely do we pause to ask what these spaces are doing to us, to how we feel and relate to one another. Our next speaker works at this very intersection where human behavior meets technology and psychology meets the digital world. As an AI and cybersecurity psychologist, her work focuses on understanding the psychological impact of social media, cyberspace, and emerging technology on individuals and communities. She is a regular voice on international platforms including the UN, the World Summit on Information Society, and leads Cyberlaw and cybersecurity conferences. Welcoming Ms. Trisha Dubal, AI and cybersecurity psychologist, and we request our AADS department head of the department, Swagata Sarkarma, to honor our guests with a moment.
அண்ணா இதை போடுங்க ஏன் ப்ரோ சாவடிக்காதீங்க
Kindly join us on the stage, ma'am.
அண்ணா மாட்டுங்க. ஸ்விட்ச் ஆப்ரேட்டர்ல அங்க சுவிட்ச் இருக்குது. அதான் ஆன் பண்ண தெரியல.
Hi everyone. Oh wait, I forgot something.
அண்ணா இத போடுங்க.
Hi AI. Please give me my points on today's TEDx speech on intelligence reimagined in context to AI psychology. You are foolish. What? Well, jokes apart, guys. AI is everywhere, and we are using
எனக்கு
it.
லிஸ்ட் கொடுங்கடா.
You know it.
சொல்லவே மாட்டீங்க. அடுத்து
And today, it's no mystery
வீடியோ
that
எடுத்துங்க.
I'm talking about intelligence reimagined, which is artificial intelligence. Now, how many of you have heard this? AI is the future. Please give me a raise of hands. I see a majority of you. And one of the aspects that we miss out in this phrase that AI is the future is that future is right now, in the present moment. We are forgetting that the fact that we used to talk about AI as a futuristic phenomena is happening today. It surprises us. It has entered in various sectors, helping us in various tasks, and it surprises us every then and now. Every month you see a new development. Every time you hear about AI, you know it's something new and unique. But have you ever felt guilty of using AI? Has it ever happened with you that you wrote a wonderful poem, or maybe co-wrote a wonderful poem, or you wrote a love letter to your loved one, but you knew in the end that it was helped by AI? It was a result of assistance with AI. Has it ever happened with you? Please raise your hands. I see a few hands. Now, the reason that you feel guilty when this happens is because you know that you are outsourcing your intelligence. You have begun to offload your cognitive abilities. And it is no surprise that AI is the new reimagined, redefined intelligence. But now, when we look at this intelligence and we see how it is taking over the different aspects and different sectors of our life, we need to realize what is the limit for it. What is the limit to which AI is going to go? Is it going to completely replace the human intelligence? Because the traditional, the long age notion of intelligence used to be the ability to understand, to analyze, to talk about and solve problems. But today, intelligence is far more beyond that. Today, intelligence is not limited to the human skull, the human mind, but far beyond. Today, when we talk about intelligence, it's about the relationship between technology and the human, how we are interacting, that interaction. And today, intelligence is not just an inherent ability of us thinking, but it is also how we intelligently interact and communicate with smart machines, intelligent technologies like artificial intelligence. Now, since we were talking about how AI is taking over the different aspects and tasks of the real life settings, let's understand this through the multiple theory of intelligence, which was given by Howard Gardner in 1983. Now, this theory very interestingly talks about how intelligence is not limited to a unit, IQ, but to more modalities. And as a result, it talks about the different types of intelligence, be it spatial intelligence, naturalistic intelligence, logical intelligence, etc. and etc. And when we talk about this theory and we understand this in psychology, we also now know that with the emerging effects and emerging inventions of AI is able to do those tasks that humans were not able to do otherwise, like alone. Talking about logical mathematical intelligence, you have AI algorithms calculating for it. Talking about spatial intelligence, there's AI, which will be able to help you in designing buildings, structures, designs, etc. Talking about linguistic intelligence, AI is there. Artificial intelligence will help you know the basics of language, help you learn it. But when we talk about the story, there are two intelligences in particular where AI cannot take over. In fact, it hasn't taken over yet. And that is intrapersonal intelligence and interpersonal intelligence. Now, these two intelligences, why am I talking about it? The reason I'm talking about these types of intelligence is because this is what makes us human. This is what is the essence of being a human. Today, you are interacting with different people. Today, you are expected to converse with one another. But what pseudo-empathy, pseudo-empathy, not the real emotion, the real subjective experience. And that's where the interpersonal intelligence and intrapersonal intelligence come into. Now, interpersonal intelligence is the ability to understand and relate with people and conversing with them, etc. Intrapersonal intelligence, on the other hand, is how you introspect, how self-aware you are. What is the reflection aspect of you within yourself? And when you see this in context of AI cannot do it. AI might simulate empathy. If you're talking to somebody, for example, a friend of yours, who exactly talks about what you would like to hear, who completes your sentences before you would even complete them, or who never contradicts your opinion, whether wrong or whether right. Well, now take the same scenario to AI algorithms that they do the same thing. They would complete your sentence before you can imagine. They would interact with you and simulate everything. But at the same time, it's not real. So the question that comes here is that if AI is able to simulate empathy and able to converse with you, how real is it? Is it truly able to understand you? Is it truly able to empathize with you when you're having a bad day? And is it really able to feel you at a human level? And the answer to it is no. Because it is superficial. AI can simulate it, AI can mirror it, and AI can actually replicate empathy, try to replicate empathy, but that human experience is nearly impossible. And when we are talking about the mirroring and replicating abilities of artificial intelligence, let's talk about the aspect of AI psychology. Just at face level, in simple words, AI psychology is the study of how we study about how we interact with humans, how human beings are being shaped by AI, and most importantly, how our mind, our mental capabilities, and our cognitive abilities are getting shaped and influenced by artificial intelligence. And when we look at the lens of AI psychology and we see the intelligence of artificial intelligence, we see three things happening in particular: cognitive outsourcing, cognitive offloading, and anthropomorphism. Now let's go in there. Talking about cognitive offloading, it refers to how we are, actually using external tools like machines, technology, artificial intelligence to reduce the mental effort that takes in our mind to do a task. I'll give you an example. Now imagine you wake up and you start with your day with your alarm, telling you what time to wake up at, that stipulated time. Then your map tries to tell you that which is the fastest route to travel to. And then after that, you try to do emails, and your email tries to help you draft emails. And after that, when you try to go on the internet or social media, you see content that your so-called internet feed is curating for you based on what you watch. Also, a kind of echo chamber effect based on that. Now, when all of this is happening in this example, imagine it's 10 a.m. And by 10 a.m., you have already offloaded all of your tasks into technology. Now, memory, navigation, decision-making capabilities, somewhat creativity, all of this is getting offloaded and outsourced in this aspect. So, this is cognitive offloading. And when we talk about cognitive outsourcing, it refers to how we are using external tools, artificial intelligence, to actually outsource our cognitive abilities, be it decision making, memory, or ideation. When we are actually ideating to AI, when we are thinking through AI, making decisions through AI, that's when we are doing cognitive offloading. And third, anthropomorphism. Now, have you ever how sometimes we tend to relate with technology? We feel, oh, my device understands me, or my social media feed really knows what I am thinking about or what I would want to watch. And this is what is happening in context to artificial intelligence and the intelligence that it replicates. Now, when we see a technology is replicating our behavior or behavioral patterns rather, and it is trying to replicate our information database, or it is trying to replicate and mirror those emotional behavioral cues through messages, through text, etc. We think that that system is also intelligent. We think that what it is trying to mirror, that is true. If we consider ourselves as intelligent beings and we see the AI or the chatbot replicating it, we relate with it. We try to attribute human-like capabilities to non-human things. And that is exactly what anthropomorphism, or rather, what I would say would be that congratulations, your phone has personality. Now, anthropomorphism in simple words is how you are attributing human attributes or traits to non-human things like technologies, artificial intelligence, etc. and etc. Now, because of these three things, we can see there is a growing dependency of us on AI. We have started using AI for a lot of things, and you know it, you use it, and at the same time, we might not think that the repercussions and the consequences are that grave or that dangerous, but it is. On a psychological level, on a mental level, it is very dangerous. Because imagine if AI is able to replicate all of those cognitive tasks, or imagine if AI is able to replicate all of those things that makes you different, makes you human, like your decision making, your ideation, your creativity. When AI starts to do that, you need to ask yourself, then who are you in a world where AI is replicating or trying to replicate every other task? So, in the end, I would just like to conclude by saying that intelligence is constructed. It's a very predefined, reimagined context. And when we talk about it, we see artificial intelligence as the new, redefined, reimagined intelligence. But there is a way to what if we start using AI with human indulgence in it? And by human indulgence, I don't mean that we are dependent on it, but by that I mean what if we are mindfully using AI? We are using augmented AI. We are talking about augmented AI. It's a human-centered approach of how we use AI, which will help us rather than replace us in simple words. Like maybe helping us in our decision making, helping us with ideating, but not replacing the ideation process, not replacing our decision making skills. So the next time you are using artificial intelligence and you're depending on it and you feel that this is it, I know that it is right, it is accurate, and you are not doubting a single bit on the AI response you're getting, just remember that this is a reimagined intelligent concept and it did not exist in the minds of people earlier. Like when we would talk about AI 10 years before, people would not visualize it as broadly or as extensively as it exists today in its actual form. So the next time you are using AI, firstly, be mindful, be decision aware and self-aware, and secondly, complement it. Don't depend on it. Depend on human intelligence first, and then on AI. Because AI is just a tool. AI is not something to replace you, but rather to help you. And that is exactly what you need to keep in mind while using AI. Be mindful, be aware. Because AI is definitely the future and the reimagined intelligence, but human intelligence is no less. Human intelligence is very, very powerful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for helping us to live a digital life with greater awareness and for bringing the human mind back to the center of technology conversation.
Break.
At this point, we'll take a brief pause and we'll reconvene here after our lunch. The lunch will be provided near the LMS.
Auditorium.
And I request everyone to return back to the Simba auditorium by 1 o'clock.
Hey, location திருப்பி சொல்றா.
I request everyone to be on time because once the speaker starts his conversation or talk, we will not be able to accommodate
First
you all.
boys girls
Please be on time.
first girls எல்லாம் boys போக சொல்லுங்க first. ஏய் உன்னோட போ சொல்றா கணேஷ். தந்திரியா போ சொல்லுங்க. ஏய் உன்னோட
The boys are requested to wait, the girls will leave first, followed by the boys.
எல்லாம் போட்டோம் எல்லாமே டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம்.
Please give your token
நான் எத்தனை பேர்
to the organizer with the
5 பேர் பேசிருக்காங்க. ஆமா.
during the lunch break and they will give you a tip
போட்டோ எடுக்க பேசுறாரு. அது முன்னாடி வந்து
and provide you with the lunch.
4 6 பேர் பேசுறாங்க. அந்த டான்ஸ் ஆனாங்களோ டான்ஸ் பரதநாட்டியம் அது எடுத்த போட்டோ அது ஒருத்தர் கையில் சைன் போடுறாங்க டேபிள் சைன் போடுறாங்க.
Kindly be back at the venue by 12:50 so that we can start the event at 1.
அந்த போனை கொடுங்கக்கா. போனை வச்சிருக்கா. போனை வச்சிருக்கா. போனை வச்சுட்டு எடுங்கக்கா. போனை கையில வச்சுட்டு கீழே டேபிள் வச்சுட்டு எடுங்க. கௌதம் கௌதம் அதண்டாவா அது அத்தண்டாவா
எனக்கு எடுக்கணும்னு ஆசை. எல்லாரும் எடுக்கணும் எப்படி?
எனக்கு எடுக்கல
நீங்க
வேண்டாம்.
அப்படியே எஸ்டிக்காக போஸ்ட் கொடுங்க. அப்படியே கொடுங்க.
போட்டுறாத அப்புறம் பரகல ஒன்ன போட்டுருவோம். அஞ்சலி, நீ அதில் எடுக்கிறது நீ ஃபோன்ல எடுத்துட்டு போயிடலாம். நீ அதில் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு ஃபோன்ல எடுத்துட்டு போயிடலாம். கிளாரிட்டியா இருக்காது அதில்.
அந்த பிங்க் கலர் லைட் எடுத்துக்கோங்க. லைட் இல்லாம அது கூட தான்
லைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டா
இது ஆகல இருக்கு.
எங்க இல்ல முஸ்லிம் சாப்பிடலாமா? அது இல்ல இது அதான் நான் பார்த்துட்டு இந்த விஷயம் ப்ளே பண்ணிக்கலாம். இதை ப்ளே பண்ணி பாட்டு நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்லா இருக்கு. அந்த இது போட்டு இது பைத்தியக்காரங்க ஓப்பன் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. விஎல்சியில் போய் அந்த ஃபைல் ஓப்பன் பண்ணும். விஎல்சியில் ஓப்பன் பண்ணுமா? இவன் லேப்டாப் யூஸ் பண்ணுறது இரு
அக்காவா சொல்றா ரச்சித் சொல்லு என்ன பண்ற என்னவா நான் வரேன் நான் சொல்லிட்டேனே கணிசன ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும் தான் சேர்க்கணும் ஒரு ஆள் செத்துறா வேணா சொல்லிட்டாங்க இருந்தா ஒரு நிமிஷம்
பார்த்தாச்சா அது
இருக்கு ஒரு நிமிஷம் நான் வரேன் நான் பார்க்க என்ன வேணும்
அந்த 1 மெயின்
ஒன்று அந்த அது வராது அது வராது 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 ஒரு நிமிஷம் VLC தான் ஓப்பன் பண்ணு
சரி
கணேஷ் ஒரு செகண்ட் வா எனக்கு அது பிரச்சனை இல்ல ஏன் நார்மல் மைபிசில போய் கிளிக் பண்ணா VLC ஓபன் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது
ஏன் தெரியலையா
நான் இப்ப எல்லா ஃபைலும் VLC ல போய் ஓபன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் வீடியோஸ் டைரக்ட் கிளிக் பண்ணா வரவே இல்ல
தெரியல சத்தியமா தெரியல
ரீஇன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணா
என்ன ஆச்சு VLC ஓபன் VLC குத்தா வரலையா
நார்மல் ஃபைல்ல போய் கிளிக் பண்ணா வரல
வச்சிருக்க டிஃபால்ட் VLC தான் வச்சிருக்க கிளிக் பண்ணா ஓபன் ஆகல
சரி இங்க போய் டிராக் பண்ணி போடு
ட்ராக் பண்ணி கூட அந்த வீடியோஸ் இருக்கு அத நான் 2 கிளிக் பண்ணா எனக்கே வந்துரும் தேர்றது கஷ்டமா இருக்கு
டிராக் பண்ணி இங்க போடுறா ஃபோல்டர்ல இருந்து டிராக் பண்ணி இங்க போடு அதுதான் பெஸ்ட்
அது ஓகே
வாட்ஸ்அப் மெசேஜ் இதுன்னு பார்க்கல யாரே மெசேஜ் பண்ணாங்க கூட தெரியல சரி அத பாத்து என்ன பண்ண போறா ஸ்பீக்கர் செல் இப்போ மத்தியான எல்லா ஸ்பீக்கர் கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்கிட்ட தான் இருக்கு அத தான் பண்ணாதன்னு உன்கிட்ட சொன்னேன் நீ ஆக மாட்டா சரி அத பிரிச்சு கொடுத்துக்கு தான் கேக்குறேன்
அஜெண்டா
ஒரு கார் தான் விட்டு வந்து நான்
காளி யாரா இவன் லேப்டாப்
மச்சான் இது கொஞ்சம் ஃபுல்லா லோட் ஆகற வரைக்கும் வெச்சுக்கலாம் வாட்ஸ்அப் ஃபுல்லா லோட் ஆயிட்டு பாரு
ஏய் உன் கணிச உன் லேப்டாப் சரியான மண்டை புடிச்ச லேப்டாப் போல ஏய் ஏன்டா இது இப்படி பண்ணுது பாட்டா இருக்கு
எப்படா வீட்டுல கிளம்பி இருக்கிறேன் எனக்கு புரியவே இல்லை ஹலோ போட்டோ எடுத்துக்கிறியா எனக்கு இடம் சார்
என்ன அஜெண்டா எனக்கு அனுப்பல எனக்கு செம்ம கடுப்புல இருக்கேன் நீ வர கடுப்பு
எல்லா வீடியோஸும் வந்துருச்சுல்ல
வீடியோஸ் இருக்குடா அஜெண்டா வீடியோ போட முடியும்
இந்த கோட்டு போட்டுக்கா பிளாக் கோட்டு போட்டுக்கடா பரவாயில்ல ஓட்டு போட எதுக்கோ
தீனா சொல்லுடா, என்னாச்சு? சைலஸ் இங்க வா ஏய் அந்த HDMI ஒரு பட்டன் இருக்கா? HDMI பட்டன் இருக்கா? நான் சொல்றேன், அவன் டக்குன்னு ஏதாவது அமுத்துறாரு. அந்த தேர்ட் பட்டன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரோல தேர்ட் பட்டன் அமுத்து. இதானே ஒரு டைம் நீங்க இவ்வளவு பெரிய டெக்னிக்கல் ஆர்டிஸ்டா இருக்கீங்க. ஹரிகிருஷ்ணன் அடுத்து ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுங்க. இந்த இடத்த ஹரிகிருஷ்ணன் கொடுத்துரும். சத்தியே காணும்.
Do you have it in your drive, sir, or it's a G slide? You can just access it. Oh, share it to email. சாரோட ஸ்லைட் எடுக்கணும். இமெயில் அனுப்பிச்சுடுறாங்க. மெயில் அனுப்பிச்சுடுறாங்க. உங்க மெயில் TEDx Sairam. லாகின் பண்ணி நான் சொல்றேன். லாகின் சொல்லுங்க. அப்படினா TEDx Sairam DD. பாஸ்வேர்ட் Sairam 32. அனுப்பி விடுங்க. லாகின் பண்ணு. ये फोन है क्या? वेब में भी பண்ணிடலாம். இன்னும் காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் இல்ல. G slide. ஓகே. G slide. ஓகே. Yeah, sir, sure. Glad நீங்க லஞ்ச் பிரேக்ல வந்துட்டீங்க. No worries. No worries. Sir, லஞ்ச் சாப்பிட்டீங்களா சார்? Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry. Thank you. இது சொல்லுங்க. 20 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி எக்ஸாக்ட்டா இதே ஃபீலிங்ல தான் இருந்தேன். கால் பண்ணேன். மேம் சொன்னாங்க சார் ஆக்சுவலி. மேம் இருக்காங்களா? மேம் வந்து லஞ்ச்க்கு பாஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. She will be coming. Okay.
ஏய் சொல்லு.
நான் இந்த இமெயில் காமிச்சிருக்கேன். Gmail காமிச்சா கூட ஓகே. இல்ல நோ ப்ரோ. TEDx என்ன? TEDx Sairam at sairam.edu.in. கிளிக்கர் இங்க இருக்கா?
You mean remote control?
Yeah. அது உண்டி செக் பண்ணிட்டா
வைஃபை போடா. இந்த ஹாட்ஸ்பாட்டே வரலடா. ஹாட்ஸ்பாட் போட முடியல. சிக்னல் வருது.
பாஸ்வேர்ட் சார்.
Yeah, will provide you.
ஐயோ. பரவாயில்ல.
ஏய் அந்த இத வாங்கடா. ரிமோட் டிவிடி.
பாஸ்வேர்ட் சிக்மா
சிக்மா பாஸ்வேர்ட் தெரியாது. சாயராம் அட்டுக்கு வந்து ஏ வந்து அட்டு போடு.
பாத்த சாயராம் அட்டு இல்ல.
அட்டு வராது.
சாயராம்
321 123
123.
போட்டோ பாக்குறேன்.
ஏய் நீங்க என்ன தனியா போட்டோ எடுத்துட்டீங்க. என்ன சேர்த்து எழுதிட்டீங்கன்னா அவ்வளவுதான்.
இது ட்ரெயின் அந்த வை கொடுத்தா ஓடிபி வர மாதிரி. மொபைல் நம்பர் யார் கொடுத்திருக்கீங்க?
மொபைல் காலேஜ் இருக்குடா.
ஓகே சாரி. இரு டாப் எஸ் கொடுக்குறேன். இரு
அஞ்சு மெயில் வந்துச்சு. நெட் வருதா?
அம்மா போனே
ஏ வந்துச்சு.
வேணுமா?
வேணும், கண்டிப்பா வேணும். போடு.
பிந்து J14 இருக்கு.
This one, right?
Yeah.
பாஸ்வேர்ட்
வந்துச்சடா?
Okay.
Yeah. அங்க
ஓகே.
தெரியாதனமா கண்டிஷன் உங்க எங்க நல்லா பாடுறா என்னன்னு வீடியோலாம் இல்ல சொன்னல
சொன்னோம்
ரேஞ்ச் இருக்கும்ல கிளிக்
யா
ப்ளீஸ் சம்பா
அருண் கார்த்தி
தருண்
இருக்குடா. அந்த பிடிஎஃப் ப்ரோ டேய் presenting PDF சாப்பிட வராங்க 1:30 வராங்களா லஞ்ச் இருக்கும் தானே இது முடிஞ்சிடாதுல்ல லஞ்ச் சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம லஞ்ச்னா அசிங்கமா
வாங்கி வந்து கொடுப்பாரு. உடனே அது பிச்சு சாப்பிடணும் அப்படின்னு நினைப்பாங்க. அந்த டைம்லேயே நீங்களாம் வாய் கட்டி இருக்கீங்க. நான் இருக்கிறதா அவனுக்கு என்னன்னா அது வாங்கி எதாச்சும் சாப்பிடணும். வெளில போயிட்டா ஏதாச்சும் வாங்கி சாப்பிடணும். ஆனா அப்ப இப்போ ரீசெண்டா அங்க போனாருல ராயத்தாக்கு, அப்பெல்லாம் எதுவுமே கேட்கலையாம். எனக்கு இது வாங்கி இல்லை விளையாடுறது கூட கம்மி தான். நான் அவனுக்கு இந்த வாட்டி அந்த 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 பையன் இல்லை. அது அங்கே போய் அந்த பையன் இருக்கும்போது போகிறான், அவ்வளோதான். ராயத்தை போகும்போது கூட சாப்பிடலையா, இல்லையா இதை வாங்கி கொடுங்க அதை வாங்கி கொடுங்கன்ட்டு எப்பவுமே கேட்பான். அதெல்லாம் எதுவுமே கேட்கல அவங்க. எனக்கு தெரியல. ஓடிபி சாவடிக்கிறான் அப்படின்னு. இல்ல இல்ல வந்து முதல் அரைச்சி வாயில ஊசி உங்களுக்கு கடை பக்கத்துலயே இருக்கு, போய் வா. அப்புறம் நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் போயிருக்காங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் முடிச்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்கன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் முடிச்சுட்டு அவ்வளோதான், கிளம்பிட வேண்டியதுதான். அதான் ப்ரோக்ராம் அதெல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் முடிச்சுட்டு வருவாங்கல்ல, வந்த உடனே 1/2 hour என்ன பார்த்து பார்க்குறேன். சரி ஓகே பார். சரி பார் போட்டுருவேன். இன்னும் ஒரு 1/2 hour தான். இன்னொரு 1/2 hour போட்டுருவேன். அனுப்பிச்சு இது உடனே காவி கிடையாது. ஆமாம் ஓகே ஓகே. நாங்கள் ராஜ்குமார் சரி ஓகே. பார்த்துட்டேன் 2 நிமிஷம் 2 மணிக்கு டிஸ்பிளே இருந்தேன். சரி ஓகே. இது ஹலோ கேட்டாங்கன்னா வினோத் செட்டப் தான் அவர் வந்துருக்காரு. ஓகே
மெசேஜ் பண்ணா மெசேஜ் பண்ணா
எத்தனை மணிக்கு ஃபீஸ்ட் இது?
3:30 4 மணி. ஆ 2 minutes. ஒரு லெட்டர் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். 2 seconds வெயிட் பண்ணு.
மாத்திட்டு இருக்கீங்களா?
ஆமாண்டா.
நான் 2 minutes கவர்.
லேப் இருக்குடா.
கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷா
அண்ணா ஒரே நிமிஷம். தனியா லேப்டாப் வேணும். அதுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். தனியா அந்த லேப்டாப் மட்டும் எடுத்து பிடிஎஃப் பண்ணணும். போன் எடுத்து
மெசேஜ் வந்துதான் இருக்கு. ₹90 தான் சொல்லி இருப்பான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நான் அப்போ வாங்கி ரொம்ப வருஷம் ஆகுது.
சூர்யா பேக்ரவுண்ட் வேணுமா? இல்ல இப்ப யாரும் இல்லைன்னா எடுத்துக்கணும். அதுக்காக சொன்னேன்.
அதான் ரெனியூவல் பண்ணாரு.
பேச போறாங்க. அவங்க அமுச்சு விட்டுருக்காங்க. ஐடியா
யாரு குட்டியா குட்டிதான் கேமரா வச்சிருந்தான். இப்ப அவன் எஃப்எக்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கான். ஆமா ஆமா. அது இளங்க ஃபுல் பண்ணுவோம். இளங்க ஃபுல் பண்ணுவோம். அவன் ஃபுல்லாக பிஸியாக தான் இருப்பான். அவன் கேமரா ஃப்ரீயா இல்லைன்னா அவன் கேமராவை இது பண்ணி கூட இளங்க ஊற்றுவான். இவன் என்ன சொல்றான்? கௌதம் என்ன சொல்றான்?
3 பேர் தவிர்த்து எல்லாம் கிளம்புறான். எங்க 3 பேரு சாப்பிட 4 பேர் தவிர்த்து எல்லாம் போங்க. அதான் சொல்றேன். நீ போறா, நான் வந்து ஸ்பீக்கர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
கௌதம் நீ கேமராவோட எத்தனை போகும் அப்படின்னு கௌதம் சொன்னீங்கன்னா அவன் கேமராவோட புக் பண்ண போவான். கேமராவோட புக் பண்ண போறான். அவன்கிட்ட அப்படியே அவன்கிட்ட கேமரா கொடுத்து அவன்கிட்ட இது பண்ணிக்கோ. அவ்வளோதான். அதுதான் நான் உங்ககிட்ட ஸ்டார்டிங்ல இருந்து விஷயத்த சொல்லுவேன். கௌதம் கிட்ட பேசி
நானும் தான் சாப்பிட்டேன். இல்ல எனக்கு பசிக்குது, உனக்கு பசிக்குது. பவி ஒன்னே ஒன்று மணி ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. கடைசியா போகும்போது சில்வர் வந்து இந்த சாக்லேட் ஒன்று கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. நோட் புக் இப்ப கொடுக்க முடியாது.
நான் சொல்றது இப்போ எப்படி வீட்டுல வந்து கேமரா எடுத்துன்னு போறான். அந்த மாதிரி கேமரா புக் பண்ணி அவங்க எடுத்துட்டு வர சொல்றேன்.
உள்ள புக் மார்க் வச்சு
யாரு
நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இவங்கெல்லாம் அனுப்பிச்சிருவோம். சார் கோல்டு எல்லாம் அனுப்பிச்சிருவோம்டா. கோல்டு நான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன். அந்த எத்தனை பேர் மேல ஜீவன் old parts. நம்மள கரெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. நான் எல்லாரும் வச்சு கரெக்ட் யாரு நீ அப்பவே செய். ஏய் டெக்னிக்கல் ப்ரோ
ஒண்ணா
கவி அப்பவே செய்.
ஆன் ஆன் எது வரலாம் எது வரலையா
எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
அதான் கொடுக்குறாங்க அடுத்த ஸ்பீக்கர் ஏய் 1 மணி ஆயிடுச்சு என்ன இப்பதான் வராங்க 1 மணி ஆயிடுச்சுடா
அது ஒரு ஒரு ஹாஃப் அன் டிலேனா ஓகே தானே? அவனுக்கு இன்னும் டைம் இருக்கு, 3 மணி தான்.
போய் சாப்பிட்டு வாடா.
சாப்பிடுறேன்.
அங்க சாப்பாடு காலி ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு.
நான் வீட்டுக்கு போய் சாப்பிடுறேன்.
ஹலோ, ஹலோ. இது நான்
அழைச்சி அதை எடுத்து போடாங்க பைசா.
ஆமா
ப்ரோ வீட்டு போனா
சரி, அதுதான் சரி.
அந்த பக்கம் சரி.
இல்ல அதான் எப்போ எனக்கு வரும் அது
நம்மளுக்கு
சாப்பிடலாம்
வாங்கி
போய் சாப்பிடுங்க.
அது வாங்கி
ஆமா ஆமா
வாங்கிட்டு வந்தாங்க. சாக்லேட் 4 கூட எடுத்து
சரி சரி ஓகே சரி ஓகே
இப்போ அந்த வால்பேப்பர் மாத்திட்டேன். அந்த கண்டான வால்பேப்பர் மாத்தி விட்டேன். மிஸ்டேக்கே வந்தா கூட பரவாயில்ல. மாத்தி சொல்றா. ஏன் சார் அப்படியா? இது ஸ்ரீராம் ஓகே. ஸ்ரீராம் விஐபி டைனிங் ஹால் கார் கமன். நவீன் அவனை கூப்பிட்டு விஐபி டைனிங் கார் வேணுமா அனுப்பிச்சு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸ்ரீராம் கூப்பிடு. ஏய் விஐபி டைனிங் ஹால் கார் வேணுமாண்டா. விஐபி டைனிங் ஹால் கார் வேணுமா? விஐபி டைனிங் ஹால் கெஸ்ட் கூட்டிட்டு வந்து தீனா கூப்பிடுறான். சண்முகதாய் மேம் கார் அனுப்பிச்சு சொல்றான். நீ பாத்துக்கிறியா?
சிஓ சார் வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி நம்ம பண்ணணும்டா.
இது கிடையாது. பாத்துடுறா அப்புறம் தட்டி விட்டுனா எல்லாம் கிடைக்கும். ஓ இந்த இதுதான்
சாப்பிடுங்க. பைத்தியம் மாலை போட்டா வச்சு சாப்பிடக்கூடாதுன்னு வெளியே சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்க. வெளியில சாப்பிட வேணாம். நானே சொன்னேன் வெளியில சாப்பிடாது. ஏதாவது ஸ்நாக்ஸ் மாதிரி ஏதாவது சாப்பிடுவோம்.
யார் ஏதாவது சொன்னாங்க?
இல்ல அப்ப என்னடா அவனுக்கு கேடு வாடா. ஜாலியா இருக்கு. தம்பி எனக்கு தெரியலப்பா. கூட ஒரு போட்டோ எடுக்க மாட்டான். அடே என்ன ஆன் பண்றது?
அப்படியே தான் வச்சுருங்க. நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு half an hour தான் ஆகுது. முடிச்சிடும். 2 o'clock டிஸ்பிளே வந்துடும். 4 பேர் இல்லை அது அதெல்லாம் half an hour முடிச்சிடும். ஓகே இப்போ ஃபோன் பண்ணி இப்போதான் சைட்டில் மட்டுமே ஏற்றிருக்காங்க. நான் 2 மணிக்கு டிஸ்பிளே வராங்க வந்து பார்ப்போம். எத்தனை பேர் வந்துருக்கீங்க? 4 பேர் தானா? சீக்கிரம் முடிக்கணும். 2 மணிக்கு டிஸ்பிளே வேணும் எனக்கு. அம்மா கத்துவாங்க.
ஆடியோ மாற்ற முடியாது.
ஆடியோ வருமா?
அதான் ஓடிட்டு இருக்கேன். நான் தான் போட்டேன். ஏய் ஓகே ஸ்ரீராம். இதுவா
லைட்ஸ் ஆஃப் பண்ணி சொல்லு போட சொல்லு.
இதுவா
ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்து
இதுவா
சீக்கிரம்
நானும் வரணும்.
லைட்ஸ் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு வீடியோ ப்ளே பண்ணு.
வீடியோ ப்ளே பண்ணாத நான் சொல்லும்போது பண்ணு. வெயிட் பண்ணு.
பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். 2 மினிட்ஸ் வந்து. டெக்ஸ்ட் இந்தியா போ. டெக்ஸ்ட் இந்தியா போ.
இந்தியாவா?
அந்த இது பிளேலிஸ்ட் வியூ பண்ணு. பிளேலிஸ்ட் வியூ பண்ணு.
இதுவா?
வியூ பண்றா எனக்கு.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் இந்த இடத்துல மியூட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன்.
பூஜா எப்படி போடு.
சசிதர் போடு.
சசிதர்
போடு.
எங்க இருக்கான்?
சசிதர் அவருக்கு போடு.
இதா போட்டா போடுறேன். அப்படியே மியூட் பண்ணிடுறேன். ஏய் லைட்ஸ் ஆஃப் பண்ணலையா?
பசங்க வரானுங்களே. ஹேஷ்டேக் வந்துச்சா? ஹேஷ்டேக் வந்துச்சாடா? ஹேஷ்டேக்
இருடா ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
ஆமா ஹேஷ்டேக் இதுவா? வரலையா?
Okay, that's pretty representative of the country, 65% under 35. How many of you are under 25? Okay, then it also represented because actually we have half the Indian population pretty much under 25. We are engaging the younger country. In fact, if you just take the age group from 10 to 19, there are 226 million Indians, boys in other words, who enter higher education, going through school and ready in time. Now this is amazing because it's happening at a time when the rest of the world is aging. Right? If you look at the average age in India today, it's 28. Of course, don't ask about the gaps, about gaps between the average age of the Indian person and of the Indian cabinet. I think we heard the word record for that. But that's another matter, that's another tension, right? But what you got from this average age is a time when the rest of the world is changing. So by 2020, the average age of Japan is going to be 47, China is going to be heading to 12 past 40, Europe 46, the United States, the US also 40, and India's average age is going to be 20. So we are potentially the people who are the youthful, productive, dynamic, young population ready to work and transform the world. Trying to do, let's say China plays the last population. We are the next, like international labor organizations. But by 2020, we'll have 160 million people in the age group starting work, 20 to 24 is what they calculate. And China will only have 94 million at the same time. So we really are poised to do that. But, and then the other countries will have serious deficits, estimate that the US will have 17 billion short in terms of money people. We in India have the need. But do we have the ability to equip the people to take advantage of us, to be the workforce of the work engine? See, we get it right, we educate the women, we really transform not just our own economy and our society, but the world. If we get it wrong, the demographic dividend I'm talking about becomes a demographic disaster. Because we've already seen 165 of our 625 districts. What happens when unemployed, exclusive, undereducated young men become greatly landishes in ours and so education in our country is not just a social or economic issue, it's even a national security issue. We've got to equip our people to take advantage of what the 21st century has. Now this is the story in English. 4 E's. Expansion is our first priority in education. Why? Because the British, and what you asked many of you earlier, left us in 1947 with 16%. Okay, there were only 400,000, 4 students in the entire country. We had 26 universities, fewer than 700. So obviously expansion is essential. We've gone right from that 60% to 74% today. We've gone from 26 universities to 650 universities. We've gone from those 400,000 students, 4 lakh students, to 20 million students. We have 35,000 colleges as well. So expansion takes place. We've also had to fight for the second year of education, that is, including the excluded from education, trying to reach out to the outreach, the people who didn't get fair share in education, for reasons they couldn't help, gender, obviously. When we had that 16% literacy rate, you know what the female literacy rate was? 8.9%. One out of 11 individuals. Region, religion, all sorts of people that left out. We have to bring them in. That became a big challenge. In getting those two things more or less right, I don't know how well you know the third E, which is E of excellence. Obviously, the equality, and we setting up institutions of great quality in our country. The IITs are a good example. In fact, part of Jawaharlal's vision that the IIT in Bharat was established back in 1956, the year I was born, and it was done on the site of a British detention center, military detention center. So a symbol of political oppression became instead a symbol of hope, of technology and of future. But the IIT and the IIM and a few good institutions that we can all think of through around the country, these are tended to be islands of excellence, floating on the sea of the earth. The average Indian higher education is simply not of the quality that you and I have told us. And that ties into the fourth E that I want to discuss. Employability. Talk to employers, talk to CEOs when they're trained, but they're simply not satisfied with the quality of graduates. Even the T of 10, the technological area, engineering graduates, often many engineering graduates here, when you talk, for example, to the Federation of Indian Chairs of Commerce and Industry, they did a survey, 64% of employers are not satisfied with the quality of graduates. Some companies are running essentially re-education which is the gigantic campus of Mysore, and it's not. On the job training we give government it is in fact really a full year's education for the people that are already hired to make up for the deficiencies of what they learned and not what they learned. Now that's the scale of the challenge. It's only doing greatly easy to be done. Of course, we are trying to put in kids into the system at an early age. RTE, the Right to Education Act. Kids were out of school in the old days, their parents were. Today they're out of school, it's a state school. The government is committed to actually getting them education. We've got more and more money being pumped into the system. At all levels, for example, many of you have gone to cities universities, lots of people in the building, state universities, which are mostly up to finance, come up and speak, pump central money into the state universities, so they actually have resources. Do something with the students who have. Money is the word. There is a entire challenge in terms of addressing things like the gender gap. That's a gap. Despite what was done, one of the earlier speakers said, you don't want to embrace this gap. You must pull it down. Right now, when you go to see 66%, better than the 8.9, still needs us to do what are very creative and still not. We have to do that. We need to transfer what we've been left out. Adaptability. Huge challenge. I went off to a village in Tamil Nadu, and I met women who in their 50s and 60s were learning to read. And people think sometimes what they do. Some of their own family members are helping people. I was going to real estate. I spoke to one who got cheaper money. Who told me, probably looks like you're in town with a piece of paper. And I said, so what is it? Being able to read easy? Now I can see the destination of the bus where it's going. I don't need to ask somebody where that bus is going. I know where I can go. When I get to the big city, I can read the street signs. I can find out I can go. I can feel helpless.
லைவ் போயிட்டு தான் இருக்கு. ஓகே ஃபைன். மொமெண்ட் எல்லாம் உள்ளதா அடிக்கிறோம்.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Some questions don't begin at the right. They begin with how fast, and how precise. Our next speaker works in spaces where decisions are shaped by data, discipline, and deep scientific reasoning, often under conditions of real-world. An aerospace scientist with the Defense Research and Development Organization, serving under the Defense Research and Development Service of the Ministry of Defense, Government of India. His work focuses on airborne surviving systems and advanced aerospace.
Table. Hey, the table.
Applied engineering and system thinking. His interests span high-speed aerodynamics, hypersonics, and aircraft design, reflecting a career driven by curiosity, rigor, and problem solving.
Srikanth.
This is Sanjay, Scientist, Defense Research and Development Organization. We invite Ganesh to honor our guest in the memento. We request you to join us on stage, sir.
ஐடி கார்டு இதெல்லாம்
எப்படா கேட்டாங்க எப்ப கேட்டாங்க எனக்கு எவனா போனாலும் சரி நான் போடு அகில காடே இல்லடா காடு இல்லையா
ஹாட்ஸ்பாட் போட முடியுமா நீ?
போட முடியாது. கணினோட லேப்டாப் போட ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கு. டேய் அங்க பாருங்கடா.
Hi, hello, vanakkam. Very good afternoon, speakers, their relatives, organizers, and my dear young buddies. So today being a very special day, I thought I cannot miss speaking about love at first sight. Alright, so I can already see some faces working and fine. But yeah, you slowly realize towards the end that that's not love that you're thinking about when you're going to get disappointed.
லைட்ஸ்
So let me take this question.
ஆஃப் பண்ணலாம் பண்ணனும். கீழ தான் ஆஃப் பண்ணனும். கண்ட்ரோல் தான்.
You're being told at some point of time in your life, when you're about to take a critical decision in your life, that do not take this path. It's very risky.
நான் இத போட்டு விட்டுறேன்.
Do not walk into that in a very issues. You might not find any opportunity.
நம்பி போட்டு நீ பாக்கலையா?
Anyone? Well, I guess quite a few must have been told about this. For me, it was just one word buzzing all around. People all around telling me one thing: aerospace. My dear friends, today I stand before you working as a scientist in DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization. So I'm involved in the design and development of fighter aircrafts, defense aircrafts, and defense systems for this country. For those of you who do not know DRDO, it's a premier R&D organization of this country, which works in various domains across engineering, and we design and develop systems for different forces, whether it's Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force. Alright, but I'm not here to talk much about my success and what I'm doing at DRDO for two reasons. One obvious reason that is very rightly I cannot tell you everything. Second reason is that I don't want to bore you with a post-lunch session, and you are excited to know what is my knowledge is like, right? Alright, so let me take you back to my childhood. I belong to Kanyakumari, and I was fortunate enough to be brought up in Gujarat. And my father was working in defense, so I was brought up in a defense atmosphere. So most of you would have been grown up seeing playgrounds and parks, but for me that was more like a runway. So we had an Aerospace camp just beside our campus, and whenever we used to go there, I used to see a lot of this different aircraft just take off, landing. So that point of time, that is what instilled the passion of aerospace in me. At least it had one seats at that point of time. And that is exactly the time when I was 10 to 11 years old. That was the time when CAHS, the Light Combat Aircraft, was being inducted into Indian Air Force. And we used to see CAHS flying in the sky and doing a lot of maneuvers. I had been into some air shows. So because I used to see a lot of aircraft just flying, I was not much interested in how they fly, but I was more interested in how the aircraft is different from other kinds of fighters. The shock cannons that generate out of the nozzle of this aircraft, that's what tempted me. How is the system being designed? That time I did not know math, I did not know physics, I was just a very active student like most of you in your school days who hated math absolutely. And so that's how it all started. That passion, the passion for aerospace began that time. And then I finished my schooling there. I was just an average student. But all of my relatives, my parents, already started seeing an IIT version of me. They expected I go into an IIT. I was not very shocked at that time. So I prepared rigorously 1 year, not 1 year, in fact, more than 1 year, 2 years for IIT JEE. I attempted, but I could not clear. So that was, in fact, a time of it was a disappointment to me and my family and to everyone who were expecting that I would get into an IIT. Because that time I was very clear that I wanted to pursue a career in aerospace. And not a lot of colleges offered this course at that time. There were only very few IITs and very few private institutions. So it was believed that you'll be able to succeed in this field only when you do your basic aerospace from top IITs. But I could not get it. So it was like almost being not shattered. But I did not give up. That time I was also I was attempting the entrance exam for various other private colleges. So I got into private university, which is a very popular university in South. So that was the time, and actually everyone, my teachers, my friends, my parents, everyone started telling me, no, please do not take aerospace because there are not much opportunities in India. And that was in fact true at that point of time. It was around 2017, 18. This field was very niche at that time. Today we have a lot of startups and at least some good opportunities. But at that time there was not much opportunity, so people just warned me that no, please do not take this. You can go to evergreen branches like PC, mechanical, or computer science. But I was not very happy with that. I said if I do engineering, I'll do only with aerospace, but if I not do engineering at all. So I got into private university. I actually went for counseling there with my father. And when we went to the counseling, we saw that for all the other branches, the fees were getting very suffocating. And there was just one seat left in EC, and there were almost all the seats vacant in aerospace because no one has chosen that. Only 2 seats were filled. And my father was again insisting me, are you sure that you want to do this? Why don't you take other branch? Can you have good placements? And that college was actually one for good placements, so in computer science and EC and other branches. And there was no track record of placements in aerospace at all at that point in time. But I was very much adamant that I just want to swing and I want to pursue a career in aerospace. So I ended up taking aerospace engineering. I decided if I'm choosing a very niche field, if I'm choosing a very narrow path, I want to be very
நம்ம போட்டுருக்கோம் அதனால அவர் ஃபேஸ் வந்து லைட் சாப்பிடுறாரு சரி ஒயிட் லோகோ ஆமா என்ன வெறும் ஒயிட் வரும்போது தட்டா நம்ம வேற ஒன்று போட்டுருந்தோம் லோகோ போட்டு வெறும் மைக் போட்டாங்க அதுல தேர்ட் செட் ஆகும் இதுவா லைட் ஆஃப் ஆகும்
So I finished my BTech 4 years in the college. I made sure that I make my fundamentals and concepts very strong. I was not involved in politics at that time. Because to do a project in aerospace, you need high level of competence in one particular area and the specialization that you are going about. And when you do BTech, you are just doing your fundamentals. So I made sure that at least I can make my fundamentals very strong. I did that. And end of the final year, I emerged out to be a gold medalist in aerospace engineering. It was actually, in fact, the golden moment for me to receive the gold medal from the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu. And that was, in fact, the very first testimony of my victory that I had chosen this field. And they actually excelled in it. But still, the roadmap ahead was not very clear and not very straight line because the placements was almost done. There were no core placements. I got into a few other companies, non-core companies, but I was not interested because I was very clear that if I do something, I only go with core aerospace jobs. So I prepared for GATE. In fact, I started preparing for GATE in my third year of engineering. I did my first attempt, not with full preparation, but I could not clear it. In the final year, I again prepared. I understood my weak areas, made it more stronger. I attempted GATE in the final year and got All India rank 7 in GATE Aerospace engineering. And that was in fact a game changer for me. Because I got offers from almost all the IITs and IISc Bangalore. There was a point of time when I did not even get into an IIT, and I was getting offers from all the IITs. In fact, I was in cloud 9. So, without any hesitation, I always wanted to pursue research. I joined IISc Bangalore. That's a very great institution for research, and aerospace there is probably very old department where you would get, in fact, very global exposure. So, spent 2 golden years of my life there. I learned in and out of aerospace. In fact, I had learned in one semester, I had learned much more than what I learned in my 4 years of training. That was a kind of exposure. And I was working on projects. So the kind of projects that we were there, mostly from the National Aerospace Program, from DRDO or ISR. So I was involved in those projects, and that's how I got an opportunity to interact with scientists from the organizations from DRDO and ISR. And when we used to interact, we used to share our ideas, we used to be a part of the meetings, we used to give them some design recommendations to So we used to hear their experience.
Gautam.
And that's where I understood. This is where I want to be. Because this is where my passion and my interest exactly matches. So I then started exploring what's the way to get into these organizations. So I always wanted to work on national programs. Like I mentioned, since early my childhood, I was interested in CAGs. So I applied for DRDO in my first year of masters. So I got an interview call, and that moment I was very happy. I got very close to my dream, but the fate, the destiny had something different for me. I did not clear that interview. That's when I understood that probably my conceptual understanding, fundamentals were not so strong enough, or my systems approach was not very, systems thinking was not very appealing. That's the reason I probably could not clear the interview, because it's not just about solving hypothetical equations and doing solving some impractical problems. That's what we do in academics. But when it comes to reality, it's totally different. It's about development of a system. So you need to address it from all the other points of view. So I got placed, that time I got actually placed in major aerospace giant. So there are these two companies that manufacture aircrafts. So I got into one of them. The life was amazing, decent pay, very chill life. So, but still, somewhere in the corner of my thought was always buzzing that, alright, everything is going on good. I'm still working in a core aerospace company, but this is not what I wanted to do always. So, and it was already getting monotonous a bit by that time. So, that's when I understood that this is not where I want to be forever. I wanted to do something different. I want to get into I want to really be a part of some national aerospace program. That is where I can contribute to research and development and use my expertise of what I have gained in my BTech and MTech in aerospace. So, and by that time, the DRDO opportunity doesn't come every year because the recruitment was stalled for some time because of COVID and all. Finally, I got again an opportunity. I got an interview call from DRDO. This time, I prepared very well. I understood my shortcomings, but which I could not make it the last time. So I attended the interview, and this time I got it. So that was, in fact, the moment of from mind for me when I got the appointment letter in hand. And today I am part of DRDO. I'm actually designing and developing defense aircraft. Every day is different, every day is challenging, every day is filled with a lot of excitement and exploration, and there's always an excitement of what is next. So there are multiple programs, and DRDO has labs all across the country. Every lab calls its specialization. So I'm the part of aeronautical systems cluster, where we design and develop fighter aircrafts. We work on certification of aircrafts based on the needs of Indian Air Force and Indian Navy. And although I just joined DRDO very recently, it's been 1 year, I'm not very experienced, but still, when I saw these aircrafts continuously flying for 3 days in Operation Sindoor, and when I realized this was developed by my colleagues, the team sitting in DRDO, that gave me immense satisfaction, and I did not regret giving up a corporate job and entering this kind of lifestyle. So the roadway is vast ahead. I have to go twice, and I'll make sure that whatever I do at DRDO is for the betterment of this country. And I use all my expertise and I keep on learning. I make sure that the learning that I receive by working in plethora of programs is useful to this to the national programs and to the country. So my dear friends, the message that I wanted to share with you all is, if you are choosing a narrow path, please go ahead, but it's very seriously. It's not Do not be carried away by the crowd. People might tell you different things. And success is not one man's definition. In fact, it all depends from one person to another. It is all perspective. So if you are choosing a very niche area, you can do that, but take it very seriously and give all that you can. Thank you so much for inviting me here and for being a very amazing audience. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Yeah.
மேல சவுண்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்களான்னு கேட்கலையா? மேல சவுண்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிருக்காங்களான்னு கேளு. மேல 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 ஏய் மேல சவுண்ட் மேல இந்த சவுண்ட் இல்லடா, ஸ்பீக்கர் சவுண்ட்ரா. நான் போட்டு சும்மா பேக்ரவுண்ட் சும்மா போட்டுருக்கேன்டா, எதுவுமே கேட்கல. அது வரைக்கும் சும்மா போட்டு விட்டேன். அதுக்கு எப்படின்னா ஆன் பண்ணுவோம்ல. விட
Thank you, sir, for offering us a clear window into science precision and problem solving with shape aerospace research and technology.
யாரு?
Some passions don't begin with idealism. They begin with problem solving and grow through responsibility. Our next speaker works at the intersection of engineering, business, and platforms that shape everyday life. He currently serves as the head of regional key accounts management at Grab, where his work spans enterprise strategy, mobility platforms, and large-scale partnerships, navigating the realities of complex urban systems. Bringing insight to the world of platforms, partnerships, and purpose, please welcome Mr. Sairam, head of regional key accounts management at Grab. I would also like to invite Dr. Shanmugh Sai, head of department of English department, to honor our guests with a memento.
ஸ்ரீகாந்த் சொல்லியா?
வாட்ஸ்அப்
அண்ணா மாற்றி ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க, நான் சொல்லாம மாத்துங்க. மாற்றிடுறேன். அதில் அடுத்து அது அடுத்து அடுத்து.
Hello everyone, how's everyone doing? It's an incredible honor to be back at the Sairam campus after 20 years or 19 years. My name is Samba and I'm here to sell the set. What's the presentation without anything? Awesome. It's dangerous to reveal your age in the second minute of your presentation. When I walked into the auditorium, I realized that my brain had kind of betrayed me already. But in the last 19 years, I've had the privilege of working across multiple organizations with different intentions, all the way from a startup environment where we were looking for our first set of funding to the biggest startup called Grab, where I work right now, which was one of the biggest startups in Southeast Asia in 2021, when we moved being public very recently. And apart from that, I've also been privileged to be part of a lot of social organizations, which taught me a lot. And in the last 19 years, I've also been part of big marketing agencies who have created playbooks and ethos for brands to thrive on platforms. And in the 19 years, I've had the opportunity to work with more than 100 brands, and it taught me multiple lessons. And the 19 years of selling, I realized one thing. Actually, I was not good at selling at all when I started off. I actually quite sucked at it. And my first ever sell when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cricketer. I was this kid who was stand beyond recognition. All I wanted to do was pick up the bat, wear my blue jersey and play for my nation. And unfortunately, that sell did not work. Second, I wanted to be a computer whiz. When I finished my 10th standard, I went to my parents and I told them, hey, I want to do computer science as a mainstream. But unfortunately, I failed as well and I took college. And third, when I was in 12th, my third sell to my parents was like, hey, can I take mainstream chemistry? And they're like, already said like, hey, you've already got your seat in Sairam, you better go there. But my first ever sell, the first ever sell that was successful was in 2007. Not far away from here, it's just about 100 feet away. As such, I still remember it like yesterday. Yes, I'm Googling Gurban. We were organizing our first ever national symposium called Heartbreak. It was our first national symposium where we looked to open it up to multiple colleges, inviting colleges to participate in our technical programs and win more prizes. And we were in the hunt for our first sponsor. And we went to the sponsor's door, and after 1 hour of pitching, we actually got our first check, which was 15,000 rupees. That's such.
Hey.
And I was happy with this. I was so happy I came out and I did this. Yes, I was that happy. But as I folded the check and I put it in my pocket, there's a sudden realization that happened. That check, which is not more than 1 gram, it felt like an elephant in my pocket. Because we had absolutely no plan on how to go back to sponsor and build the whole sponsorship program. Right? But, like its own beautiful ways, right? We had the entire village supporting us. All my friends, entire departments, all the computer science department, we put in even our professors from other departments. This was one of the biggest symposia in the history at that point department. We got 1,500 people, which is the record, but it really gave one of the biggest crushes that I had. And I remember this day like yesterday. It was 23rd of August 2007. Dr. Ceremonial, ex-HOD of CSE, shook my hand, gave a pat on the back, well done, good job, go sleep. And I was in the steps of our first building, and I was like, what is this feeling? Is this adrenaline or is this tingling? What's going on? And I had a feeling that I would probably do that again and again and again. So that was the time I realized that the whole cell bug hit me. And it's been 19 years, I didn't stop. And again, selling in the last 19 years, the definition of selling has also changed drastically for me. And it's taken a lot of turns with purpose as such. The first turn was a more of a creative turn. I was part of Aerospace and was part of all the other theatre groups where there was a bunch of 20-year-olds and 30-year-old CEOs who were trying to figure out how to make theatre profitable at that particular point in time. How do we democratize theatre? How do we democratize creative forms So sell for me was a very creative aspect when I finished my college in Sell became incredibly life-changing in 2015. In 2015, we had the worst floods ever in history. And there was a particular point of time in my life or in all our lives where it was crisis at its peak. And we realized frantically working day and night to organize calls, hospital beds, relocating people from one building to another, where they're fighting the rising water levels. And we raised about 1 crore in less than 3 weeks, out of which 20% came from Sairam alone. And we helped 3,000 families. So at that particular point in time, sell was not a life-changing sell for me. It was no longer sell to sell. It was life-changing sell. And again, sell became a very creative aspect as well, right? I'm a motorbiker. I love touring across the board. I have a lot of my friends who are my motorbikers as well. But we realized that there's a road safety as an aspect in India. It takes a backseat, right? Not a lot of people wear helmets. And it's a very serious issue. So we were thinking about how do we sell the idea of making wearing a helmet cool idea, and how can we do it humor. So sell became creative, landing serious messages. And last but not least, sell eventually for everyone in this room will become means to build their dream, build their next app, join their next dream college or their next dream office. And for me, sell became very fun. And I had the opportunity to work with multiple brands in a way that it could lift not just their growth on our platform, but also help elevate the economic upliftment of millions of drivers, of merchants, especially during COVID as such. And outside that, we are also responsible for driving sustainability at scale when we were doing this as such. And this is a very important kind of for me as such. I think people keep coming in and telling us, hey, selling capitalism is a bad word, but to be honest, selling as a concept is not bad. It's very important. We actually sell our dreams, sell our ideas, sell our concepts, not just to your parents, to your friends. You influence through selling, right? You influence love through selling. Selling is the best expression of love that is selling. And sometimes what happens is selling also teaches you the hard ways, right? No salesperson or person who builds a team are not successful. There are rejections that come in your way, and they actually teach you a lot. And once you're able to articulate these ideas to people who matter, it tends to move. And some of these selling aspects have created revolutions in India and abroad as well. As well as the UPI concept, right? This has revolutionized the way merchants or a kirana store or someone who has a coconut on the street selling coconuts get the money instant, right? More than 650 million transactions that are happening on a daily basis. Simply because one person stood up and said, hey, how can we build a network where we can enable millions and millions of Indians to do business better? Selling of an idea can create a movement. Anand, an amazing guy, Anand and Nirmal, they transformed the way that people think about lakes, restoring lakes, creates more opportunities, not just at the local level, but also helps to enrich cities. And once the cities enrich, states enrich, once the state enrich, countries enrich. So, selling of a concept and a movement also has real life implications. And this is a live photo from Vietnam. I work for a company called Grab, which is a combination of Swiggy, Zomato, Paytm, Ola, Uber put together, and we have 18 verticals. We focus and drive employment to more than 2 million driver partners in Southeast Asia, and the biggest force of people with disabilities. We actually help them to be an equalizing aspect as such, right? Your cell can actually enable and bring people who have never seen ever before, right? So this is what a great cell with a purpose can do. I want to leave you guys with 3 things, right? We sell every day. We want to be better storytellers every day. But in the 19 years of selling, there are only 3 aspects that I want to share, right? The first one is part of the heart, which is people actually buy people before they buy a product, right? The second aspect is sell the movie, not the script. And third, the most important aspect is build an intent, is the happiness of pursuit. Definitely not the pursuit of happiness, but happiness of pursuit. I'm going to give you an example, a live example of why people buy people before they buy products. Everyone knows Airbnb. Put your hands up if you know Airbnb. Okay, that's about 87% if my math is right. They had the most interesting story. In 2008, in US, when the entire economy collapsed, Brian and Joe were pitching for Airbnb funding, where they stole the concept of, hey, can we have strangers open up their houses for other strangers? It bombed the entire VC, across the VC ecosystem as such, right? But there's one person, Paul Graham at Y Combinator, who also hated the idea of inviting strangers into their houses, but they loved it. They loved Zoe and Brian because of the character that they brought. There's a story online as well where they actually sold cereals for 3 months straight just to get $40,000, just to make sure that they can cover their net costs. So people actually believe people before they believe the idea to start with. So when you're pitching for anything that you want, be it your next admission ticket or your next subscription or your next MBA, this is the first aspect that I would continue to do. Second aspect, sell the movie, not the script. And again, I go back to Grab as well. Right? This is a very powerful story and it resonates with all our Grabbers as such. In 2012, our co-founder, CEO, Hulli, she was a consultant and an ex-Harvard Business School graduate. She lived in Kuala Lumpur, and because of her consulting work, she used to come back home at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And at that particular point in time, the only available mobility services were taxis, and they were not safe. She literally used to pick up the phone as soon as she got into the cab, and she used to have a fake call with her mother, telling her where she's actually going. So she was doing live tracking as she was going from point A to point B. And this became the tension point when she went back to Harvard Business School and thought, hey, how can we build an ecosystem where women in Kuala Lumpur can ride safely without any issues? So that's where it started. That's the journey of Grab. In 2012, it started with one pain point. Now we have 18 verticals and $17 billion businesses. So sometimes solving one problem is all you need to start with. And this is the whole buyer and seller mentality as well, right? All you need to do is that one extra percent. Right? No one looks for 100% buy-in. Right? No one looks to understand your idea 100%. Because you're going to bring your people into it. There are real-time forces that go into it as well. So all that you need to do is 1%. And last but not least, I want to leave you with this story in terms of pursuit, the happiness of pursuit. Sir James Dyson, who has now a $16 billion appliances industry, failed 5,126 times before he got his vacuum. That's the amount of pursuits that he did before he got to where the Dyson vacuum was. Right? So sometimes, again, failure leads to a lot more than success, and that's what Dyson as a pursuit of getting the attempts right? He did not sell vacuum. He sold his 5,127 attempt as such. So I urge you, when you kind of sell your idea or concepts, the pursuit is important when you bridge art and mind. And those are the three things that I want to leave with you, right? And this is my favorite book, and I want you to kind of one of my favorite quotes, because at the end of the day, we all aspire to be at the apex. We want to reach through the ranks, right? And at one particular point of time, be it you owning your own company or working for an industry or working for a firm, the last thing that you would end up doing is actually selling. So it's better to start getting better when you go ground up, right? That's pretty much it. And what's your say? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For rounded perspective of leadership, shape the experience, systems, and realities of everyday leadership. Some changes doesn't arrive through declarations. It arrives through conversations, the kind that makes us pause, question, and see ourselves a little more clearly. Our next speaker has built her work around this belief that listening deeply can be as powerful as speaking well. A podcaster, radio jockey, and media professional, she is the creator and host of That's What She Said, a platform known for its human-first conversations with individuals, shaping culture, creativity, and contemporary thought. Through interviews and live dialogue, storytelling explores personal growth and social dynamics, bringing authenticity to the center of media engagement. Bringing conversation, curiosity, and clarity to the red circle. Please welcome Ms. Mercy John, podcaster and managing director, Sairam Education School. I invite Dr. D. Redaraman to felicitate our speaker, Mrs. Mercy John, with the memento.
Hello. Important.
Thank you so much
Presentation
for having me here. I literally cannot see any of the faces. I would have loved it if I could have seen any of the faces, but I'm not able to see. But that's okay. I know it's right after lunch. I'm not here to, bore you guys with some motivational speech. I am going to just talk about my life, and I'm really hoping you'll have something to take away at the end of it. So, finding your voice. When I was thinking about this topic, I kept asking myself,
Did I really find my voice, or did it just keep coming back to me? Today, if you ask me who I am, I'll tell you. My name is Mercy. I am a podcaster and I also run a school. That sounds quite good together, right? Because there was this one stretch of my life at that time, if you had asked me the same question, I would panic. I'm not even kidding. I would really panic. Growing up, one thing was very, very clear. I loved talking. Not the random talking. I loved conversations. I loved getting to know people. I really wanted to get to them. I was part of debates in college. I was part of community radio. I did a bit of anchoring. And back in college, my teacher used to tell me every time he spotted me outside the classroom doing these extracurricular activities. He used to tell me, Mercy, at classroom, the motto pathway. So, right after college, I got into radio. I'm sure you guys have heard about me in radio. And I joined radio as a music manager, not RJ, as a music manager. And to everyone who's wondering what music manager does, music manager is basically the person who handles the whole sounding of the station. They work in the software, they literally decide what goes when. And if you're thinking RJ, someone who's sitting there and playing music for all, you're wrong. Music manager decides it. So I was a music manager. I loved my job. I grew up listening to music, and my dad and I listened to a lot of Bollywood music, and that was literally my job. So what better can I do, right? So a year passed by, and then my programming head at that time called me and he said, Mercy, I think you should host a show. And I said, yes, let's do it. It almost felt like this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I was hosting a night show. It was called Love 919. It was a love show. And of course, love shows are always in the night, right? And I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy listening to stories. A couple of years went by. I had grew my discussion. I had an identity. I was finally an artist. But something was getting to me. Because on radio, there are few things that you cannot talk very openly. I wanted to talk more, I wanted to express more, I wanted to have deep conversations. But that was somehow not possible. Because on radio, there is this rule called you cannot talk about RSP. RSP meaning religion, sex, and politics. You cannot really talk about these things very openly. And that was bothering me a little. And I thought, okay, and that's exactly when lockdown happened. And during the peak of lockdown, I quit radio. It sounds like such a brave move, right? But it was impulsive. And 2 weeks later, I was just sitting there thinking, what have I done? I just had an identity. I just was, getting recognized people, and I quit radio. I was definitely horrible at that time. And I thought, okay, lockdown is a phase. I'm going to explore what else can I do? What else am I good at? I'm going to find myself during this time. So I joined a couple of my friends, and we were selling UV boxes. During COVID, I'm sure you all would have, seen those UV light, UV this, UV that, so many things were there. So we were selling UV boxes. And at the same time, I was also working in a production company. I joined Rajkamal Films. I'm sure you all would have watched the film Vikram. I was part of that film. I was working on sets. I was on sets with these really big stars. I was working with Kamal sir. I was seeing Vijay Sethupathi sir. I was on sets with all these people, but something was not clicking again. I kept thinking, why am I not happy? On papers, I'm busy. On papers, I had a great job. But I used to have these random breakdowns. To my dead boyfriend, now husband, who's here with me right now, I used to really cry and tell him, what am I doing with my life? I somehow am not able to feel happy.
Yeah.
And that brings me to a very important story of my life. It might sound very silly, but this happened. So by then I just got married, and we were on a vacation, and we were on this trip. Checking, we are walking, and then we met this who joins us. And they were also, talking to us and getting to know us and stuff like that. And from the minute they came and they started talking to us, my anxiety started to reduce slowly. And only because I was thinking, this couple is going to ask me what I'm doing. And I was not ready to answer that because whatever I was doing at that time, I wasn't happy with it. So anyway, after that, I got back from my vacation, and that really made me think: if I could tell people what I'm doing very openly, very bravely, like I need to own it up, right? What I'm doing, I'm not able to do that, which means something is going wrong here. And at that time, meanwhile, I had an Instagram which had like 7 followers. There was this really small following, and I used to still get messages from people saying, "Hey, we miss you on radio. Why don't you come back?" and stuff like that. Not many messages here and there. And that kind of made me think: just because I quit radio doesn't mean I left my voice. Right? I still have my voice. I need to do something. So I thought, okay, podcast is something that is brewing everywhere. And at that time in India, I would say there was still so many podcasts. But globally, by then there were a lot of podcasts. So I thought, you know what? I am going to get back to talking. I am going to get back to podcasting as in want to talk to people. But I didn't know how to do it. But I somehow figured there was this app at that time called Anchor. You can download it and you can record it, there's music in it, you can edit in it, you can actually record on your phone and your episode can be out. So I recorded a 6-minute episode and I put it out. And that was my first ever episode of That's What She Said. And now, if you're still wondering where, you still can listen to that. It's available on Spotify. You just have to scroll down a lot more and you will get to that first episode where I would have spoken about red flags in a relationship. Very apt today, I would say, right? Valentine's Day. Go listen to that once I'm done talking. So anyway, I started putting out my audio podcast, and once I put it out, I definitely felt very free. It almost felt like, okay, I'm back to talking. But that wasn't enough. I still wanted to do a lot more. And by when podcast had come to India, it was exploding everywhere, and Instagram was becoming a thing. And I thought, I need to put a face to this voice, and that's when people can relate to it a lot more. They can understand, what I'm trying to say and stuff like that. And I cannot do it just by myself because all the audio podcasts that I did was maximum 10 minutes. How much I can talk by myself, right? I'm just not reviewing a book or a film, then I can talk a lot more. But if I'm just having to talk just about one topic, it's very difficult to talk just by myself. And I thought, okay, you know what? I need to get into video, and I have to do it. And at this time, I cannot do it all by myself. I need a team. Audio podcasting just phone, and I did it all by myself. But now it needs a lot more planning. It needs a lot more scheduling because now I need a team. I need someone to shoot it. I need someone to edit it. I need someone to color it. And maybe I needed guests who would come on the podcast, and also I needed guests who the listeners, the people who want to watch my podcast would love to listen to them and watch them. So I started reaching out. Season 1, I slowly started reaching out to people who I already knew, friends of friends, and it was difficult. It was new. I had butterflies in my stomach every time we were shooting episodes. Second season got a little more easier because people started asking me, people started seeing the kind of questions that I can ask, how deep I can get with the conversations. And season 3, I'm sure you would have seen the kind of guests that were part of my podcast. And now we are in the 4th season, and I have never been so sure of myself and my voice, ever. So what I'm trying to say here is, right, when I look back at my life, there's always been patterns. Community radio, debate, anchoring, radio journal, podcasting, conversations kept coming back to me, or I can say maybe I went back to it, but all I did was I stopped ignoring the signs. And that's all finding your voice really is, right? Even though you're trying to explore, even when you're distracted, I'm sure at this point of life, nobody's doing one thing, people are doing multiple things. And even when you're doing all these things, there's one thing that keeps coming back to you and tells you that this feels so much like me, this feels so free. Please listen to that voice because that might be your voice and it might be trying to find you. And that was my time. Thank you so much. I had a lovely time talking to you guys and I hope you guys have something to take away from this. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sairam. Sairam,
Leadership is often spoken about in theory, but some people learn it in a tradition, where decisions carry consequence, where clarity matters, and where courage matters. Our next speaker brings leadership not from books or boardrooms, but from their experience in uniform. A military leadership coach and the first women UAV observer pilot of the Indian Army, she has served at the front lines of responsibility, discipline, and decision making. Beyond her service in the armed forces, she now mentors individuals and organizations translating military leadership into everyday life. Bringing to this stage a life shaped by service, strength, and conviction, Major Prajakta Desai, military leadership coach and first women UAV observer pilot Indian Army. And I request the TEDx team to facilitate how women include.
Hey, you know what? என்னாச்சுடா பேசியா கூட வந்தாங்க பார்க்கணும் அதான் கேட்டக்கா
Very good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to ask everyone seated here, how is the Josh? Oh, come on, I'm just getting the sound from here. How is the Josh, Indians? Thank you. Just a quick introduction. My name is Major Prajakta Desai. I'm a retired Indian Army officer, a motivational speaker, a corporate trainer, and now a 9-time TEDx speaker. You know, when I thought about your team, driven by heart and led by action, announced. I didn't get time to revise. I was like, oh my god, do I have to really go on the stage immediately? But that's what was important. The timing over here and the discipline. If the action was to be taken, it was to be taken. I am driven by heart, that is why I'm speaking over here. But if I have to lead by actions, I have to make it happen right now. And when I spoke to the students, he said, "Ma'am, do you want 5 minutes?" I said, "No, let's go." So, ladies and gentlemen, before I actually begin my talk, I just have a small exercise over here, and I want each and every one of you to participate. Now, I cannot see you much because of the blinding light, but tell me, how many of you really know what you want from your life? Just raise your hands. I think I can see. Just raise your hands. I mean, if the students here can do it, it will be very helpful for me. Continue raising your hand. Yeah, thank you. I can see at the edges. Now, keep your hand up. How many of you have actually worked on your life goals and career in the last 7 days? In the last 7 days, I have come here as a speaker, so I have to. Continue and keep it up. And my third question is, how many of you have continued to work on your goals, your projects, when the time was extremely difficult? If not, you have to be very honest and put your hands up. So see around, just look around, maybe a bigger hall of around maybe 70 to 80 people, we have just a few hands up. And when we talk about driven by heart and led by action, we must know that many of us seated here, including me, we know what we want in life. But a very few people know how to move towards it. And today I'm standing here to tell you the how of it. When we say about our heart and when we speak about our action, there is some missing link, which most of us do not know. As I said, very few people know how to do it. And the only bridge between your desires and the result is discipline. Let me tell you that the biggest non-negotiable thing of your life is discipline. And discipline doesn't just come in a single form. So today here, I am going to share 3 very powerful military anecdotes with you that will tell you what kind of forms of discipline is there and the how of it. How I as an individual can move forward towards my goal. Bridging the gap between my heart and my actions. So as I stand here in Chennai, something feels very familiar. As Sri Sairam Engineering College is your alma mater, this city holds my alma mater. A couple of kilometers, just maybe 2 kilometers away from the airport, is Officers Training Academy. One of the training institutes of Indian Army, which are training officer cadets to get commissioned into Indian Army. I walked through the doors of Officers Training Academy 16 years back, April 2010. Just as a cadet, I walked in over there with a heart full of desire. I thought clarity was enough. Why? Because I wanted to serve my nation, I wanted to wear the uniform, I wanted to be commissioned as Lieutenant Colonel. The want was there, the desire was there. But you know what? When I felt that I know the how of things, I was totally wrong. The first thing military training takes away from you is your freedom of choice. You have no choice over it. As I walked through the doors of OTA in April 2010, I was a very fit cadet. I would run, I would jump around, I would have done strength training, a lot of things. I was prepared because my heart was prepared. But when we went to the academy, it wasn't rosy anymore. It was almost the other way around. We came from different backgrounds. Some were military kids, some were total civilians. Some came from humble backgrounds, some came from very privileged places. But what was made common over there? We as cadets. They broke our egos. They broke it to a level that they couldn't spot the differences between each other's social status, financial status, academic level, or even intellectual level. We all were brought on one steady medium, which was level 0. And from that level 0, they started taking us on top. You know, when I joined OTA, I always felt that, it's just 1 year of training, and after it is just over, maybe a couple of parades, drills, classes, and things will be done. But mind you, it was 180-degree opposite. I had those mates who had never ran even half a kilometer in their life, went on to running 40 kilometers at the end. Let me tell you, 40. One of my female friends, she said, I have never even picked up a purse in my life. I came from such a privileged background. And today I was wearing combats, backpacks, weapon, and running 40 kilometers shouting the slogans of our company. So what exactly did they do to us? You know what I spoke about discipline, which is the bridge between your heart and your result? Now, discipline here came in the form of system. Discipline that was enforced. We had no choice. We couldn't say no. We couldn't get late. Excuses were never accepted other than irrelevant over there. Our day would start as early as 4 a.m. And let me tell you, I'm not joking. From 4 a.m., getting ready, running around, wearing a uniform, prim and proper, we used to first go for our drill. Carrying weapons, with your march past A2. Followed by that, we just got a window of around 20 odd minutes, where we would rush back to our barracks, change into combat dress, the military pattern that you see. Take your weapon, take your small backpack, and go for PT, where we would run either 3 kilometers as a practice or 5 kilometers. After coming back from there, we would have our classes from 8 to 1:30 onwards, after which we would get maybe a little time, games in the evening, then a study period, followed by dinner, followed by lights out. A traditional kind of a setup, a structure, which life never gave me earlier. Though my heart was ready, was my body ready? We would cycle everywhere. Now, this is not just cycling that I do from one place to another just being happy. This was cycling uphill, downhill, without getting off the cycle. If you got off the cycle, you would literally pick it up on your hands and keep walking. So when your body and your mind was saying that my negotiations are done, was like, cannot go ahead. But that is not how to counter it. I don't want to give up. I want to become less than and I will continue doing it. And that is when each and every generation, each and every desire went ahead of their mind and goal, challenging them and still moving ahead. You know, it's a very funny incident I will tell you. We were trained almost for 16 to 18 hours out of 24. Put into high stress pressure situation so that we learn two important things that come along with discipline. One was resilience and another thing was camaraderie. The physical fatigue was so much, trust me, we all started looking similar. The men, also the women. I remember there was a mall near our not wrong named Spencer. And we would go on a Sunday morning at Spencer Mall. And if at all I had to use the restroom, we would go to the ladies' restroom. The ladies who were sitting outside, the akkas, would stop us and say, no, Anna restroom there. So just imagine the amount of quality or the amount of appearance that became so similar to each other. Short hair, a tight short tucked in, a tie, trousers like gentlemen, broke shoes, and we would go out on our bodies. So when I still remember whenever we had to convince an akka, we would say we are akkas, we are not annas. And that's how she would let us enter the women's restrooms. That aside, a very important thing I want to bring out regarding the military training was the last one-time that we did. We were taken quite away from our OTA to some part of Chennai, from where we would run back into the academy for 40 kilometers. After your dinner is done, we will put on our uniforms again, a huge backpack of 70 to 80 kilos, along with our boots, our weapon, and we would start running. There were times, people would slow down, fast runners would go forward. But the winning streak over here was not the person who is the strongest and reaches the end. It was the person, the weakest, who could reach at the last point. So it was taking each and everyone together and moving. And that taught us the guardian. When they say the Indian Armed Forces never leave their soldiers behind, this is where we learned it. And then I got to know that discipline, when it comes through a structure, through a system, it forces you to learn resilience, an attitude of never giving up, and also camaraderie, standing up for each other and being selfless. Now for my second anecdote, when I spoke about training, how discipline through your training will get you to a certain place. The second aspect, which happens in each and everyone's life as well, that your discipline is tested on ground and under pressure. It's easy to follow a structured curriculum in school and colleges. Today you folks are in college, you have a specific structure. But when reality hits you in life, there's no structure over there. And that time your discipline is tested under pressure. Because you're an engineering student, I thought I will talk about an engineering officer. Very few people have spoken about him, and very few things are written about him, except the citations and the data that we get on Wikipedia. This is about Second Lieutenant Ram Raghava Rai, an engineering student from Bombay Sappers. In April 1948, during when the war was going on, the Noshera-Rajouri axis was opened up using a mechanized column. That means using an armored mechanized column. You see the tanks? The tanks were supposed to move and approach a specific location. Now, Rajouri is a place which was so tactical that it did not be training hand. Second Lieutenant Rane had a very he was supposed to clear. Listen to me very carefully. He was supposed to clear the mines which were laid right in front of the tanks. They're moving into the axis, along with clearing the road. Now, when he summoned his entire team and they were all ready to clear the mines right in front of the tanks, all of a sudden the enemy opened fire before when they could begin. And when the fire was opened, 2 sappers were killed. And 5 more were injured, including Rane. Now, what was easy for Second Lieutenant Rane? Take care of himself, delay the advance, but delaying the advance meant giving away Rajouri into the hands of the enemy. And that was not acceptable as an officer of the Indian Army. Without bothering for his own goals, he stood right in front of their tanks, as close to the armor as possible. He did not go behind. He stood in front of them. And he went on clearing the mines manually, one by one, along with his team. Throughout the day, throughout the night, and even till the second day, till the entire armor column could go and advance. For his bravery and leadership, he was awarded the highest gallantry award, which is the Param Veer Chakra, to a second lieutenant. The important thing over here to see is not the gallantry award that we got. That the courage under fire was shown by a young officer, as young as 22 to 23 years old. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, you and me are never going to face minefields or battlefields ever in our lives. But remember, you will always face situations when getting rest, getting delay feels comfortable, but moving ahead feels very difficult. And I'm sure each one of you has gone through this in your entire college life. And when that thing happens, it's important that you pick up. Pick up yourself with all the wounds, with all the feedback, with all the drawbacks that you have. stand like it right in front of the tanks, right in front of the enemy. Look at the fear in the eye and not get scared of it and keep moving forward. Because remember, courage is trained, it is not summoned. Each and every one of you can train yourself to have the courage. Now, lastly, I'll give you another anecdote of my personal life. While we speak about training, giving you discipline, and we speak about our second part where we spoke about discipline under pressure. But after my military life, the most important thing and the most uncomfortable thing I ever felt was when there was no one to tell me what to do. The academy definitely told me that what I have to do in life, how I have to train. We were supposed to be at a specific time, at a specific place, in a specific uniform. But after my retirement, when I hung my boots, I had no structure. There were no parades, there were no drills, there were no getting up early. Discipline here became a choice. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the testing part of your life. When discipline comes externally, it becomes very fragile. But the discipline that comes internally will go a longer way. I hung my boots after 11 years and immediately I joined corporate Amazon operations as a operations manager. And in that I realized that that profession was not for me. And within 2 years I quit it. What gave me the courage to quit a very high paying job? It was a discipline that was inculcated in me, built in me during my training, during my military life. I took a risk, I moved forward, and I went on to becoming a speaker. There were days when there was no applause. There were days when I had no audience. And there were days when I had no revenue. But still I kept going because I knew that the external discipline that comes with fragile and what comes internally is the one that's sustainable for life. So ladies and gentlemen, remember, through training, the discipline that you get, or under pressure that you feel, or the one which is not structured in your life. The first one people will go through it. Many people, I would say, will break at the second part. But a very few people will stay on the third one, discipline without structure. So remember, in your life, if you want to go places, even if you are driven by heart, your action needs to be done. Because the world doesn't reward intention, it rewards execution. And as your theme says, driven by heart and led by action, remember the bridge is discipline, where your intention will definitely be execution. Jen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the leadership drawn from lived experiences are really powerful and for reminding us that courage, clarity, and commitment are choices we make every day. Thank you. Not every journey begins with a plan. Some begin with curiosity, a willingness to try, fail, learn, and try again. Our next speaker's story is shaped by exactly that spirit. A digital creator, personal branding strategist, and the founder and CEO of Hashtag, his path into the digital world was anything but conventional. Transitioning from football into content and branding, his growth has been built through experimentation, setbacks, and consistent self-learning. Through platforms like YouTube and Instagram, and later through Hashtag Learns, he built a strong digital presence by sharing insights drawn from real experience and non-theory. Today, his work focuses on helping individuals and creators build authentic digital identities rooted in clarity, consistency, and self-awareness. In a digital age that often celebrates noise, his journey reminds us of the value of intention, learning, and staying true to one's voice. Bringing perspective from creator economy to the red circle, please welcome Mr. Ashwin, founder and CEO of Hashtag. And I request Professor Nikharani and Professor Esther to participate here for the mentions. Please, ma'am.
Check. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello? Get it up? Awesome. Super. என் பேர் அஸ்வின். அது மாதிரி கொஞ்சம் சத்தம் கம்மியா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. சத்தம் வளர்த்துருமா? Can we make some noise? No, I think it's still less. Okay. Let's make some more noise. என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும். Okay, mic check. Super. Okay, so basically, my name is Ashwin. Before I start this speech, I want to thank my friends, well-wishers, organizers of TEDx, and especially my family, because if my dad didn't have fun, I wouldn't be here. So yes. This was me. Yes. Woo! Okay. Super. Okay. So when I saw this invite, the moment I saw this invite, I checked the topic. And it said TEDx and how to find your passion. The moment I saw the TEDx, I was like jumping on the floor and like crazy. I went crazy. I was like TEDx from a middle class boy to TEDx. I was like shocked. Then I was jumping. Someone knocked the door. Guess who? My ground floor buddy called Janaki. She's like, hey, idiot. Knock anybody, huh? I was like, okay. Then I didn't give up. I was like, okay, let's check the topic. And when I checked the topic was how to find your passion. How many of you have found your passion? Football, cricket, tech, art, we have a lot of passion. Each and everyone has a lot of passion. So passion, who have found your passion? Raise your hands. Okay, I don't see a lot of hands above. So that's why this video, that's why this is for you. You have to find your passion. I found something. To find your passion, I found something which is even more crazier than esteem price. Because passion is something you need to create your alter ego. You need to create your new self. You need to create your upper self. You are two. If your name is Vignesh, Vignesh is not one, Vignesh is two. So, what I'm trying to say is, you have to be twice, like you are two to find the passion. So, this was me first, and then this was my alter ego, and that's how I found my passion. Like that's how I initially started finding my passion. So, this guy came straight running from Heartbreak mental hospital. Yeah, because I tell you 3 simple stories. I'll explain you this. Don't judge me. I'll explain you 3 simple stories. Finding your alter ego. So, this story started in
India Nagar, something on the street, and year 2000. It was literally a slum. I was born in a slum. I was very lower middle class, born in a very lower middle class family. So I was like, why this happens first? Why this? Why everything? But still, I didn't give up. I was like, let's do it. Let's do it. And my parents wanted a baby girl like this. When I was born, my parents wanted a baby girl like this. But guess what happened? The nurse called and said, he got born. Yeah, my parents was like, so. Yeah, I was basically born with a disappointment. The first second of this life, I was born with a disappointment. So yeah. Basically, apart from being born with a disappointment, I grew up poor. As I already told, I was from middle class family. I grew up poor because my father was a 9th standard grade. My grandfather used to sell lamps for his next drink. My mother and father keep fighting every single time, bad words, very, very toxic. I grew up in a very, very toxic childhood. Overall, this was bad. I didn't deserve this. That was my first disappointment. And then my schooling journey started. My dad wanted this school. This is PhD. This is PhD, a prestigious school. A school where Anirudh Ravichandran came from. A school where Ravichandran Ashwin came from. A lot of people from here. But when my dad went to the school and asked for admission for me, what they asked is, do you have a own house? Do you have a car? Okay. Are you Brahmin? Okay. My dad said, none of the above. So unfortunately, this school didn't happen. Second disappointment. And luckily, after trying so much, this was my actual school. Then luckily, I got enrolled in a school called Jawahar Vidyalaya Ashok Nagar. So, but when this school happened, I was happy. My parents told, you are so happy to go to school. You are so happy. You are so excited to join this journey. But the thing was, when I was joining the school, to pay that fees, my dad had to go to Singapore, work overtime, work extra, and pay for our family, our food, our shelter, and our safety. So that was the sad part of joining the school. And after that, joining this school, what happened was trauma. Because this school, everyone was great. Every friend was amazing. So this guy was good in music. That guy was good in comedy. This guy was a teacher's pet. That girl was great in culturals. And this guy danced great. And here, this guy is very well talented. Every girl goes behind him. I was like, meanwhile, I had nothing. Nothing. Yeah. So this was me in my school. And the only option I had was studies. But when it came to studies, it was like the system was a bit weird for me. I didn't fit into it because teachers, we learn, we muck up, we walk. This was the system. Is it right? I don't think it is. So, what I thought was, let's drop out. Let's do something. Let's go. So, I decided to go on my own. Slowly, I started thinking 5 to 6 days of just in a week, I took 5 days off. Everyone goes to school for 5 days, it takes me 1 day. I take 1 day, I go 1 day to school and take 5 days school. So this was me in my school. I hated it. Then, but what happened because of dropping the school and going in a separate direction, what happened was, I roamed the streets, I bunked the school, I roamed the streets, I met new people, I got new perspectives. In that time, when I was going on my own path, what I realized was this is the best decision of my life. Because that's the moment I found football in my life. Because football was my life. It was great. I was into it. I was totally into it. Like, I can't even talk about when it comes like that. So football is that close to my heart. And I literally learned a ball under my feet. In this case, a ball on my face. So this is the moment. This is the exact moment how I found my first passion. But you think you found your passion. How do I found it? These are the first steps. In first, the step number one in creating your alter ego. This is your first step. You have to be in poverty. Only if you are in poverty, you will get pleasure. If you don't have Audi car, you will need Audi car. If you already have the Audi car, you won't need Audi car. So poverty gives pleasure. That is a very good point we noted. Step number one. That's one. Two, you need to be curious to ask why for every single thing. Like everything. Why this? Why that? Why vomit? Why something? Everything you need to ask why. If you are curious and if you ask why, you will learn a lot, you will experience a lot, and that's another way you will find your passion. Number three, be willing to try every opportunity. In your life, a lot of opportunities come, but you don't know that it is an opportunity. You have to try to know what is an opportunity and what is not. So just try everything in your life. In that case, you would be able to try to find your passion. I am not saying you could find it. You might try. And after all this, my school, my teacher said, ஸ்கூலுக்கெல்லாம் வரலன்னா நீலாம் உருப்படவே மாட்ட அப்படின்னு. Then this happened. I was a national football player. I went to Goa. I played for Tamil Nadu. I was a runner up there. So now I want to go to the second story because still you wouldn't be tracking how to find my passion. You would still be my passion, right? Right? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. Yes. So after starting football, when football came into my life, everything went great. Life was beautiful. I learned a lot about it. I played with new people. Everyone recognized me. A lot of huge teams called up me, and I was playing tournaments, a lot of matches, a lot of practices, and everything. Life was great. But except that one moment, because I had to go to the next step, right? Everyone needs to go to the next step, right? So just like that, I wanted to go to the next step, which is when I played nationals, I wanted to go to the internationals. So to go to the internationals, I had a trials. An opportunity came. My coach told there's trials in the upcoming weekend. You need to play, you will get selected. So give it a try. I was like, wow, my dream is coming true. I was just like praying to God at its most because all I wanted to become is a football player. So I went to the trials, I played, I gave my best, and I didn't know what happened. I was sleeping. Suddenly, I woke up to the ring of the call. The call was from my coach. He said, "You got selected in the trials." And I was like, wow, it's like my dream is coming true. And it's great, it's what I thought. But there was a twist in this call. He was like, but before that, I want to tell you so sorry to say this. I know you are from a middle class family. You need to digest this thing because to go here, to go to Spain, pursue your dream, you need to pay. At that time, 5 lakhs felt like 5 crores more. Because at 19, 20, 18, I was like, I don't even like asking money to my parents. I'm sure a lot of people will feel like that. So, I don't know how do I pay my tax. Should I do or not? Should I take that risk? I didn't know anything. So it was like, take no mara, those no mara. So yeah, that moment, please don't mistake me, but I was so depressed. I was so bad because I told her, whole life was football for me. When whole life was football, when it went because of money, why there is no talent speaking? I thought talent is just enough for this world to make us win. But the world says no, talent is not just talent is not just enough. You need money to get it. That's what the world said to me. So I got broken. I started doing this. Every time when my friend asked me, you have to do this, no, I told IK school. You have to do this, no, I don't take IK school. But this time after this call, I was like, I don't even say that. That was my biggest disappointment of my life after several disappointments. I didn't know what to do. I was clueless. That time, I didn't know this same call, this same football could change my life into a beautiful and magical thing. Because football didn't take me to Spain or international level, but football took me to the college called Vivekananda. I got into Vivekananda College sports quota. And that Vivekananda College made me meet my old friend called Money. And that money made me meet Tarun. And that Tarun, amidst all the chaos that's happening in my life, he started his YouTube channel. He gained 1 lakh subscribers in just 1 year. Then he almost made 1 crore in the next year. Just making videos. I was like, videos? 1 crore? Oh, this has this much potential. And that just felt like a ray of hope for me. So I was like, we are definitely trying this. We are doing it. Our life hasn't just ended. This is just the start. So I was ready for the fresh start. And everything, football gave me everything. How many people are Kumar fans? Okay, super. Yeah, that's the ring because him making 1 crore. That was a ray of hope for me. And that is why I started. நிறைய பேருக்கு பெரிய பெரிய ஸ்டார்ஸ் அவங்க இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனா இருக்கலாம். எனக்கு என் ஃப்ரெண்டு தான் இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன். ஸோ யா அவ்வளோ ஒரு ஃபுட்பால்ல சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்து அந்த ஹெவினஸ்ஸே எனக்கு குறைஞ்சிட்டாலும் இப்போ எனக்கு ஒரு புது லைட்னஸ் ஒரு பிகினராக இருக்கிறதால ஸோ யா பேசிக்கலி I created my YouTube channel called Hashtag. In that YouTube channel, I started making videos, I started making challenges. I was like, எடுத்தோடனே அம்மா நீங்க அந்த மாதிரி நினைச்சிருக்கேன். நம்மளோட ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட் இருக்கான், நமக்கு ஒரு ஐடியா இருக்கு, இவ்வளோ நாள் நம்ம பண்ணிருக்கோம். We learned everything about it. I learned skill. So I thought I can do 100k subscribers, 1 million subscribers and everything. But the moment I posted my video, one girl said, you look so ugly. One guy came, oh, you guys look ninja boy. One guy came, you look so enough, one guy was like, scolding my mom. Oh, okay. Scolding my mom. I was like, too much things going on. When you go public, when you start your first video, too much things happen. And on top of that, my videos get performed. I didn't get any views. I felt like a loser again. So, what to do is what like my whole thought was. And that time, I heard a quote, which is, you can't take a decision right. You can only take a decision and make it right. Is what I realized at that time. So I just did YouTube, and YouTube was my second passion, is what I call. And here I want to say one thing: your passion is not just one thing; it keeps evolving. So if you're lost in some field, don't worry. You will evolve. Your passion will evolve, and you will align with that easily. You just have to activate it. That's it. So in this steps, create your passion is what I try to say. Finding your passion is first step. Second step is if you have lost your passion, just like me, if you have lost football, don't worry. Content creation one. Content creation will come. Just like யாராவது போனா இன்னொருத்தவங்க வருவாங்க போயிட்டாங்கன்னா அது அங்கேயே முடிஞ்சிருச்சுன்னு அர்த்தம். Just go for that. So to create your passion, you need to learn few things. Because I look back and think these are the three things. So I observed everything around me. For example, Tarun did, I observed. Tarun created, I observed. On YouTube, a lot of people are doing. Mother Kari was doing, A3 was doing, VJ Suthu was doing, everyone was doing. I was observing. So I learned it. Then pick one niche. Pick one thing what you think. That is so important. And master it. Then constantly spend time learning it. Consume a lot about it. Otherwise, you will get it. So, consume more. Like, basically, look for inspiration. Having an inspiration is a very, very good thing. Only then you need to create. Only then you can create, become just like them, right? So, all these three things is a very, very important thing, and that's how I created hashtag my ordinary. So, at this moment, what I felt was, what I heard was, everything bad. And my relative was like, oh, you're a go get a better job. Then this happened. So, 200K followers, we can point to state my YouTube and Instagram all say, all combined, now 2 lakh followers following me, and a lot of recognition I gained. So from a rock bottom of football to finding a second passion was feeling great. But then there is third thing, because still there will be someone figuring out. Finding your passion, would it have worked? Creating your passion, would it have worked? There's something missing, right? You need to adapt into the passion what you create. You won't just stay with it, it won't come to you. You need to find it, you need to create it, and you need to adapt it. So that's why that means adapting into your already or adapting into your passion itself. So actually after YouTube and everything, I was rich in views. I had a lot of views. I had a lot of respect. I had a lot of views, but no respect. But what do I do? How do I gain that? So thinking about that, views for the second bundle are being done every day. All my thoughts was like to become a complete man, just views and followers are enough, buddy. Is what constantly my voice was telling me. And then I looked back, what else we have to become a complete man? When I saw, it was like I had no money. Without money, who will respect you? Without a relationship, without a love, how is that complete? So these two things is the major important thing of every human. I didn't have that. With just followers, just what will I do? This is what my question was. So, because of this, I turned even more worse. Like, I became toxic. Because in my bank balance, I was having enough money. My respect, no one respected me. Everyone pleased me. A lot of things happened like this. So I turned like him. The life was very, very cruel at that time. I used to shout. I used to have anger issues. My childhood trauma, my mom and dad's fighting has inherited into me, and I became bad. That was my worst phase in my life. I would never go back. But then, what does toxicity attract? If I behave like a lover money can get, What could I attract? A life without a loving girl. I had my breakup. Until then, I had a beautiful girl, but I had my breakup at that time. A life without stability to take care of my parents. I didn't have money. I couldn't support my parents. That was another bad thing for me. A life with no respect, as I already told. So these three I badly wanted. Because only to have a complete life, only everything aligns, I will have a complete life. If not, then there's no point in having a lot of money and everything. It won't make sense. So in this passion, I found my passion, I created it, but my passion was making money. So the passion didn't turn into profession, is what I understood. So I thought I need to change it into profession and make money. But how? How do I do it? That was the biggest $1 million question. To attract perfect ikigai, what you have to do is, what I did is, I let go of the past version, the toxicity, the trauma, the football, everything. I just let go of everything. Visualize a newer version every single day. The version of your brain self, you need to visualize it, you need to act like it, you need to think like it. Only then you will become that person. You will find your passion. If you act poor, you will be poor. If you act rich, you might get rich. So that's the way how people was aligned to you. So these three are really important. And after this thing, guess what happened? And then did you win or not? As a $1 million question, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So I told you I didn't have a breakup. It was a bad one. I just felt so bad. But then after adapting into my passion, guess what happened? I'm back to the same girl that broke up with me. I made 75 lakhs revenue. I made Mohammed Saudi. I made cancer owner. Cancer founder. Every single thing I wanted in my life, I attained it. And in fact, that girl is here with me. And if you don't mind getting all our friends on stage, thank you so much. Because it was my dream. Because we were together for the past 10 years. In between, there was a breakup. And now I am back to her. Now I am back to her. And here, I just want to say I love you. Thank you. Hey, Ganesh. Yeah, as I told, I got everything I want. But in this moment, I just want to tell one thing. To find your passion for anything in life, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward. Analyze your past. That's when you will find your passion. And if I can do it, you can do it too. Easy. So don't even think about it. Ella boy, அதனால லாஸ்ட் ஒன்னே சொல்லிக்கிறேன். இதோட ஓட ஒன்னே சொல்லணும்னா அதுவும் நம்ம தளபதி ஸ்டைல சொல்லணும்னா இந்த ஈகோ பேஷன் செல்ஃப் தளபதி ஸ்டைல சொல்லணும்னா ரெண்டே பேருக்கு தான் போட்டியே. ஒண்ணு நீ இன்னொரு நீ. Thank you so much.
you so much, sir, for sharing the journey shaped by curiosity, learning, and real-world experience. And reminding us that growth often begins when we allow ourselves to start, adapt, and stay authentic. Some voices were just entertainers. They stay with us. They become part of our memories, our journeys, and the moments we return to again and again. Our next speaker brings with her constant voice, a playback singer whose work has left a lasting imprint on Tamil cinema. She began performing at the age of 4 and made her playback debut at the age of 14. A journey shaped by discipline, passion, and an unmistakable love for music. Over the past decade, the songs have traveled far beyond screens and speakers, resonating with audience from South Asia and beyond. From chart toppers to crowd favorites, her voice has carried both energy, emotion, and wellness. Beyond playback, she continues to explore her identity as an independent artist who is fluently in music, contemporary expression, and personal creative projects, bringing melody, memory, and music to the red circle. We welcome this traditional musician, Leila Sika. We invite Sheila, TEDx curator, to present her with a memento. Hi everyone. Hello. Honored to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I need you to all do something. Picture yourself as a train. You are a train and there are many routes ahead of you. Very early on, we are told that we have to pick one path. One subject, one identity, one strength, one focus, because focus is power. Because mastery means narrow. Because credibility comes from committing to one lane only. But that makes sense in a very stable world. Today we are living in an age of volatility. We're living in a decade that's defined by instability. Industries are disappearing overnight. Roles are being replaced by technology, and AI is rewriting entire job descriptions. We are warned not to become a jack of all trades because expanding means that we will be a master of none. But here's an uncomfortable truth. The most dangerous advice, career advice I think you could get at the 20th century is to pick one thing and to stick with it. Because specialization apparently makes you efficient. But what if diversification makes you resilient? You don't future-proof your life by narrowing yourself to one single identity. You future-proof your life by expanding. You build what I like to call an identity portfolio. Think of it like in finance, where you're told that if you invest in one asset, your risk is high. But if you diversify, then volatility becomes a bit more survivable. Now, this is not some theory for me that I found in like an example or the internet. It's actually something that I learned whilst I was growing up in an industry that reinvents itself year by year. In a way, I guess this is my architecture for survival. So, when I was 13 years old, I
I got tickets to go watch a film called Rio 2. You know the movie about the birds, the cartoon birds, and they're like going on this really cool adventure. Anyway, I was so excited. It was the day before school started. I had visualized my Satya popcorn. Everything was like ready to go. But then I get a call in the morning from the one, from the only Aerospace, asking me if I could come to the studio to try and sing out this new couple song. In my head, there were so many things going on because there were reports that he was doing the new color 55 colors. There were so many in my head. But the only thing that I could say in that moment to my parents was, "But I've got tickets for Rio too. Like, surely I can't go to the studio, and I've got this movie to watch." And my parents looked at me very, very questionably, and they said something that didn't stick with me then, but stuck with me now. And that opportunity doesn't arrive politely. It doesn't always arrive announced. Sometimes it arrives interrupted. And sometimes that interruption takes you a really, really long way. So no, I didn't go to the cinema that day, and instead I walked into a studio that would quietly change my life. I remember the studio like it was yesterday. It was March or April of 2014, right before my 14th birthday. And I walked into the studio. It was like this very inviting, dim light space. And in front of me were what I like to call the Holy Trinity. There's this Sabane man, director Gautam Vasudeva, and the one and only Sairam. Yeah, I was completely in awe. It was like all my dreams had come true at that moment because the DJ of Bharanayana was going on in my head. But we became acquainted very, very quickly because I ended up staying in the studio for 13 very, very, very long hours because it was the first time that I was singing a double song to people that weren't my parents or my child. It was in front of great. And about 8 hours into that session, I realized, okay, my first song, it's for a fella that you might know. It's for a film called Yenga Yanna. There were moments that I stumbled, there were moments I was so embarrassed, and I really honestly thought, even when I was singing in English, a language I was so comfortable in, I thought to myself, I am way out of my depth, and I don't know what I am doing. Playback singing, it's not all glamour. It is precision, it's intention, it's repetition. It's conveying the same emotion about 20 times over until it looks effortless on screen. And that's when I realized something super, super important. That talent, that connection may open the door for you, but humility and patience keeps you in that room. I was standing in front of people at the top of their craft, and not once did they rush me, not once did they make me feel like I wasn't good enough. In fact, they patiently waited for me. They were my very first teachers in this industry. And that was my very first lesson in music, and in life, to be honest, that greatness does not need to be loud. Anyway, the very next day, the studio session finished really late, and I went back home and I had to get ready because I had school the next morning. So I woke up, I put my school shirt on, I packed my pencil case, and I had this very long journey from Nogama to Nigamre. But I went to school, and I got down, and not one person congratulated me. Not one person was like, "Oh, it's that cool girl that just did that cool thing." To be honest, it was the complete opposite. Nobody cared. And it's that contrast that has always grounded me. It's the contrast between something extraordinary and something so ordinary, life, mundane, that has always stayed with me. I don't really talk a lot about my life, to be honest with you. I think I can count on on one hand, how many times I've explained in great detail my accolades or my life to anyone. But despite that, I was still very much bullied at school. Growing up publicly is not gentle at all. Not because I lack talent per se, but I think visibility in any form or shape creates a space where people think that they can form their own about. In playback singing, you are heard everywhere, on the big screen, on playlists, in your car, but you are heard, not necessarily seen. And that creates a very strange tension. It's like this, you are widely heard, but still not, you're still personally misunderstood. And there's something very interesting about bullying, and it's that if you admit that you have been bullied, then apparently you are lowering yourself, and you're making yourself look fragile, and you're making yourself look weak, and you're reducing yourself to one evil. But I actually think that's ridiculous, because every single edge, the rough edges, and every single thing that you have been through all defines growth, because growing without losing yourself is also accepting everything that has affected you and integrating it and not letting it limit you. So for me, growth really began in the year of 2015 when I sat a song that changed the trajectory of my entire life. To this day, so many people come and tell me, Heartbreak was like a song that was a part of my childhood, and it was a part of my playlist growing up. But if anyone were to ask me what song defined your childhood, for me, that would also be Heartbreak. I was 15 years old with an awful, awful haircut, and I did not understand what virality and what fame meant. Hip-hop Babylon experimented with the sound. Hip-hop Babylon experimented with the sound, with the visuals. We didn't have any blueprint. It was very much, okay, here's a camera, here's a car, here we are, here's also a teddy bear, stand in front of it and just do what you want to do. We literally applied the concept of yo-yo because we weren't engineering trends, we weren't figuring out virality. We were just doing something that felt risky but felt so honest and so pure to all of us. You see, we constantly think that in an industry that's driven by novelty, that invitation expands quickly. But just as much as it expands quickly, it also inspires me. And at the end of the day, it's authenticity that keeps me grounded. And I really believe that Cricket and all these songs still resonate with us today because it was driven by honesty and it was driven by authenticity. In playback singing, one year you could be the most relevant voice, and then the next, easily replaced by new sounds, by new voices, by new technologies and trends. The turnover is really, really fast. But if you attach your identity to just relevance, one day or later, it's going to start becoming quite fragile. Creative industries, they reward visibility, but they don't necessarily guarantee permanence. There are so many songs that I turned down because I logistically couldn't keep flying from one country to another whilst I also had my academic commitments. And in an industry where momentum feels like it's the most important, sometimes stepping back can suddenly make you feel you're going to be less relevant. You're going to be putting a pause, you're going to disappear, that people are not going to care about you anymore. And that fear is so, but so is burnout. See, multitasking is often very romanticized. So we always say, oh, I can be a multitasking, or I know what I'm doing. To be honest, only a couple of days ago, I was on my phone and I was tying my shoelaces, and my amma said to me, just can you please put something down because you're going to trip, something's going to happen. I was like, come on, chill. I got this, I can multitask. 2 seconds later, I tripped on my shoe. And that's because multitasking. It makes you look easy, but it's not hard. It demands, it's hard. It demands emotional regulation. It demands discipline. It demands clarity. And all of these sacrifices that I made was because I wanted to allow myself to be able to multitask in a sustainable manner. Now, sustainability is not that glamorous. It's quite repetitive. It's quite boring. But it's also really intentional. And 11 years later, I'm here on the stage with over 100 million streams under my belt and award nominations for chart-topping song, whatever. But that's just the visible version of success. We're just looking at success by measuring it with numbers and with titles. But in reality, success means a lot more than that. It involves hard work, it's sacrifice, it's patience. I'm not here because of numbers. I'm here because people believed in me and they still give me amazing songs. I'm here because I've chosen a path which I value. It's in a way like I don't value being the most popular. I don't value being the most relevant. I value choosing something or choosing many things that I love doing and then continue doing it. To be grounded in my roots. For me, identity has always been not a very easy subject. It's been kind of a broad subject for me because the question I get asked all the time is, where are you actually from? Like behind your accent, then what do you actually do? And most of the time, I reply with and that specific gives me a few seconds to think about how I'm going to answer this. So I was born in London to Sri Lankan parents with Indian ancestry. I work in an industry that is rooted in my mother tongue, Tamil, but I'm also going to start practicing as a lawyer in the UK. Sounds like a really crazy explanation. Nobody asked me for my biography, they just asked for a simple question. But where do you place yourself when you belong, when you feel like you belong to multiple diasporas, multiple pathways, multiple geographies? It kind of makes me feel like I belong everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But growing up, I realized that identity doesn't mean you need to reduce yourself. My mother tongue grounds me. Being Tamil grounds me. It connects every version of me, from being born in London or living in Chennai or Sri Lanka or from studying to music. That's what grounds me. And like not having many things doesn't fragment you. In fact, it layers you, and layering also needs strength. As my career expanded, many people assume that the only thing I would do is music. I love music, don't get me wrong. But I also have this insatiable need to learn. I love learning. Growing up, I loved my books. I still do. I loved debating. My parents might say that that's arguing, but I call it debating. And I loved studying. So I studied and have a first class degree in music. And recently I finished my postgrad in law. Today, I am preparing for my solicitor's exam so I can start practicing law in the UK. But I'm doing all of this whilst I'm currently on a world tour with hip hop. There are so many things that I have revised my legal principles and gone straight to sound check and come back and read some case law. And there are so many things where I've had to prioritize one over the other, maybe sacrifice. But balance is not just about symmetry, it's recalibration. Learning and understanding the law has given me insight and agency in the very industry that taught me balance. Understanding intellectual property, contracts, royalties, all of these things has just made me an informed negotiator in an industry rather than just being a participant. There is this common misconception that if you build more than one skill, then you are unsure. That if you have more than one path, you lack commitment. But think of it this way. If one pillar starts to slowly chip away and erode, your structure still needs to stand, right? So growing for me is building multiple pillars so that my foundation never collapses. During these years of study and music, I was also taking care of my very beautiful but big watching her navigate life with such quiet strength really find what resilience meant to me. Resilience wasn't this like dramatic lagging to the sky definition. It was just being steady. It taught me that ambition, success, drive, all of this is completely irrelevant if you don't do it without love, without passion. And that growing is not just about being professional, it's also personal growth. And that grounding really protected me from just identifying myself just based off achievements. My mindset, or just generally anyone's mindset, isn't just developed in isolation. I think it develops from influences around you, whether that be people or whether that be experiences. For me, that was my parents. My parents never committed me to like one thing. They never steered me in one direction. They actively encouraged me to multitask. Music was something that was nurtured by my dad, and academics was nurtured by my mom. They modeled integration. They always told me that music should never be seen as a threat to your distraction to your academics, and academics should never be seen as a threat to your music. To be honest, my parents have got so many questions from extended members of family, society, and friends as to why they allowed me to do music. They will always ask questions like, oh, maybe she's not smart enough. And then when I started doing law, they were like, oh, maybe music isn't doing that well for her. Why couldn't I just do both? But my parents stood by me through everything, and the one thing that they always write stories about what is ceremonial substance, right? So at the beginning of this talk, I said you should imagine yourself as a train, but it depends on how you view that train. Instead of being on one determined path, picture this analogy instead. This is something that my mom always does. You are a train, and people are in your carriages. Some will get off as they do, but there are some that will stay to the very end at last destination. When I was younger, I always attached that analogy to relationships, but it also attaches itself to identity. Over time, I realized that people will enter your life, that industries will change around you, that trends will attach themselves. People will celebrate you. Many people will criticize you. But at the end of the day, if you're building your identity around the people in your carriage rather than for yourself, then you're never going to get to the destination that you want to get to. Growing without losing yourself means understanding that not every chapter, not every person that joins you is meant to define you. That you are controlling that direction. You have to figure it out for yourself. So, when I was 13 years old, I cannot believe that I really chose to go watch a film about talking birds over a studio session that would change my life. Looking back, it wasn't a case of studio versus bird. It was about flexibility, and it was the first time that I was understanding what the importance of choosing flexibility over rigidity. Today the choice is bigger. In an unstable world, you have two options. One, you can expand yourself and maximize your capacity, even if that means you have setbacks. I've had so many setbacks. I should be qualified as a lawyer by now. I could have had more songs under my belt, but that's okay because I chose to conquer under it. Or you can carry yourself because that feels certain. But if the one thing that you define yourself by disappears tomorrow, what would you be? If your industry shifted, you have to think like, what would remain? An identity portfolio doesn't necessarily eliminate that risk, but it distributes it to your craft, to your culture, to your roots, to your structure, to your setbacks. You don't future-proof your life by building one single identity. You future-proof your life by experimenting. Yeah. And at the end of the day, you do that because you're not expecting failure, you're expecting change. Because change always comes. Trust me, it always comes. And when it does arrive, we won't ask the question, what did I lose? Instead, we ask the question, what else did I do? And that is how you grow without losing yourself. And my name is Charisma Abhichandran. I am 25 years old. I am an aspiring lawyer, a playbook singer, and the listener who is expanding. Thank you very much to TEDx, Sairam, Engineering College for having me. Thank you so much. Okay, do you guys want me to say something small? Okay, you guys can pick this off, okay? You guys can... Father, forgive? Okay. Very good, you like, okay? But you have to sing with me. Put a father in there. Romance, romance, and desire, chance. It might be one thing you need to get it out. Look at that guy. speaking part is done, I would like to request Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Dean Student Affairs, along with Dr. Paranyani Sir, Director Quality Monitoring, to present the certificates of appreciation to the TEDx organizing team, and I would like to request the guests to also join this tremendous occasion.
ஸ்ரீகாந்த் பேக்ரவுண்ட் சாங் வேணுமா? பேக்ரவுண்ட் சாங் வேணுமா?
ஏய் நமக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மாதிரி ஏதாச்சும் பாப்பு
இல்ல பாப்புலா இல்ல, பீட் தான் போடணும். அதுக்கு அவர் போடணும். ஓ ஷிட்.